from all parts of the world. A particular welcome for people who travel from Togo, from Brazil, from Canada, and from Pakistan. So they have made a special effort to be here. But all of the Europeans and the Italians are very welcome as well. We have a slight change to the order of the speakers due to circumstances that Maurice Harral will explain to you, but and a slight change in the speakers themselves as well, in that Marco Mancini is replaced by Maria Uccellatore. But we start with the president of ISPRA, Bernardo de Bernardis, Bernardinis, who is going to give you some initial words of greeting. So Bernardo, if you want to take the podium, I will just tell you that he is, of course, a hydraulic engineer, and he's also a mathematician, and he's professor of hydraulics in Italian University. He's Director General in the Department of Civil Protection and an expert on hydrological extreme events, about which we heard lots yesterday. So, Bernardo, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. Firstly, good morning to everybody, and I'm really pleased to be here. And at the same time, I think that I should introduce just shortly what we are discussing about. But dear ladies and gentlemen, I have to read it through because otherwise my colleagues get upset and they are going to hit me, you see. So I'd better just to go through what they wrote down. Dear ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, I'm very pleased to welcome you to introduce the first international conference to the joint programming initiative Water Challenge for a Changing World. Certainly, as the president of the Italian National Institute for Environmental Protection and Research in ISPRA, I'm really, let's say, not only pleased, but I think I'm really proud that ISPRA has been contributing so far to the JPI, water JPI since 2010, and also has been contributing to organize this and to lead to this event. In fact, we all know that water is a relevant societal challenge for humankind. Floods on one side, and water threatened, water scarcity, drought, overexploited of fresh water, pollution, and very serious problems for people, as well, I have to say, for natural resources. Sometimes we talk very much about people, but I mean we have to take into account quite deeply and in a sound way the problem with the natural resources as well. And the European Union so far has been tackling these problems and this in water policy through an implementation of many directives related to the water sector. ISPRA is deeply involved in this implementation process, as it has been supporting for many years the Italian Ministry of Environment by taking part in the working group of the Common Implementation Strategy for EU Water Framework Directive and EU Floods Directive. And I have to say also has been fully involved in EU Marine Strategy Frame Directive, which is quite important for us because we have 8,000 kilometers of coastline. So it's a quite important point to link the internal water to the marine water and exchanging the problems between them. I mean, it's to collect and to connect the problems between the two matters. ISPRA also deserves particular attention to research targeted actually at the physics, the chemistry, and the biology of waters, which we try to keep them together, not just to look at one sector, but just to have an overview of all different matters in with these different points of view. And also research, targeted research, which is necessary to improve environmental protection and sustainable management of natural resources, as I said before. Many European and international projects have been involving ISPRA, even before, even a long time before, since a long time before our institute has been created. I mean, the ISPRA Institute, which is not the JRC in ISPRA. JRC is the European, let's say, the European Center in ISPRA, which is a place in the northern part of Italy, very close to Lago Maggiore. So that's different thing. But as just gathered together three different bodies with different natures, I have to say. Two straightforward research bodies, and the third one was a national agency. So it has been quite a big job just put together all these different, let's say, natures, I mean, or natural attitude and natural behaviors of different bodies. And particularly relevant for the participation of ISPRA in the Water JPI has been its previous involvement as partner and a founding organization in the FP7 CRU ERANET. The coordination and support action on research applied to floods, to flood risk management, and in the FP7 IWRMNet focused on integrated water resources management. ISPRA also coordinated the PAWA, Pilot Arno Water Accounts Initiative, founded by DG Environment, with the aim of improving knowledge on water resources at basin level, which is quite important for us, and assessing the potential impact of management and technological and economical measures to reduce the vulnerability of the territory against water scarcity and drought. This is another point. Our institute is not fully committed is now fully committed in supporting the Italian Ministry of Education, University and Research in this collaborative transnational initiative aiming and aligning national and regional water resources and innovation agendas, programs and actions, which is something, as I said before, I'm very proud of. The representative of many institutions, organizations and networks active in the water domain meet today to state a common engagement in achieving sustainable water systems for citizens. The motto for Water JPI, as far as I know, finally I have to just to go through this, the latest statement. Otherwise, as I said before, my colleagues are not keen with me in the future. I mean, that's it. So let me remark that we are near the Trevi Fountain, and this does not happen accidentally, because water is a fundamental element in the Roman landscape and architecture. And the Tiber River, celebrated by famous Latin poets, ancient Roman aqueducts, hundreds of beautiful fountains, all clocks moved by the flow of water. So we can affirm that water is not only essential for life, but it also an element of rare aesthetic beauty. Thank you for your kind attention, and have a fruitful work, a fruitful day, and enjoy Roma and your stay here. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Bernardo, and thank you indeed to ISPRA for the fantastic organization of this entire week. Josephina, Elena, and her team have done wonderful work, this is a beautiful venue. Just, I should have pointed out in the beginning that there are exits behind you. They're there in the door you come in the event of any emergency. And of course, all mobile phones, anything that makes a beep or a squeak should be turned off now. Thank you for that. Now, the slight change to the order of the agenda. We now have Maurice Herral, who is the President of the Water JPI in ANR. He is the Head of the Department of Environment, Ecosystems, Biological Resources, and is the Chair of the Water JPI. I should have also said that I am Pádraig Larkin, I'm the Co-Chair, so in Maurice's absence, I'm taking the chair today. So you can put the lights down now. Maurice.
Thank you, Patrick. And I will try to present not the strategic research agenda of the JPI, not the implementation plan, but what's about the water in a global aspect, the global visions. And the first concept is that water will be the first mineral resource which will be lacking on the blue planet. It's no more petrol, it's no more metals, minerals, but it will be water. The second slide, it's about the Sustainable Development Goals and from UN. And you see quite well that, of course, we can contribute to poverty, but and very important to hunger. And we see quite well the relationships between the water and agriculture, about good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, priority 6. Priority 12, responsible consumption and production, and climate action, climate in relation with water, and life below water, of course, and life also below water for marine water, coastal waters, and fresh waters. And what is the demographic context? You know quite well, it's only one background. It's that we'll have the problem with Africa, which is still increasing in populations to reach 3.5 billion in 2100, and Asiatic countries will be a constant decline of Europe and a little increase of North America. And what are the consequences about the demographic evolution? It's water scarcity, and water use has been growing at more than twice the rate of populations increase in the last century. And in the developing countries, it's increased by, if we look at 2025, it will increase by 50%, and for the developed countries, only of 18%. And water to do what? It's in fact, main use is agriculture in green. For the industry and administration here, it's not administration, it's in fact for human consumption. And you see quite well that even when you have, in OECD, you have 1,500 cubic meter per habitant, but even when you have low, very low input, 100 and 150 in sub-Saharan countries, you will have a large part which is used, the main part is used for agriculture. And if we look at the 4 sites which have been coordinated by UNEP, and you see that the water withdrawal, it's a function of the total availability of water. You see quite well the tendency. You have, of course, the North African countries which are over-exploiting the water resources, but you see quite well that you have in 2025, you have in India and in China, you will have a large problem, but also in Europe, and mainly south of Europe, but also central Europe. And more precisely about the water stress indicator, which is the ratio between withdrawals and all the withdrawals and the supply, you see again that you have this tendency, even in Europe, where we can have in North of Europe, Central Europe, South of Europe, we can have heavily exploited, where we can have 80 to 100% of resources which will be exploited in the future. And the projected water scarcity in 2025, it's in red, it's a physical water scarcity. It means that it's more than 75% of the rivers flows. It's used by the different agriculture, industry, or domestic purposes. And of course, you see these evolutions, you see, from the Arabic countries, Middle East, Indian to China, and South Africa also. And you have the economic water scarcity in yellow, where in fact you have water, but you have the water resources are abundant, but there is some problems of management of the water, and the water doesn't arrive to the inhabitants, for example. And what are these consequences? It's about we are in a world where we are unsustainable growth, and with, you see, 7 million people in 43 countries suffer today from water scarcity. By 2025, 1.8 billion people will be in countries with absolute water scarcity. And 2/3 of the world population could be living under water stress conditions. 62% of the world population is under water scarcity in 2030. With this existing climate change scenario, almost half the world population will be living in areas of high water stress. And the main problems will be in sub-Saharan Africa with larger stress. But we have also not only the total annual budget or consumption of waters, but we have drought in warmer periods. And you see that for the future, you see that in as well Spain, France, and also even Belgium, Netherlands. We have and also we have real problems of during summer about the water scarcity, and it will be also the same in US and even in part of Canada. And in relation with that, if you put the hunger map, you see quite well that it's not directly connected, because you need to have demographic, and you need to have the number of people which are living there, but you see that the 35% of population undernourished is in Africa in some place, but you see again in India between roughly 20% of the inhabitants are in poverty, and you see that even China doesn't go out completely about this issue. And of course, you have to put this in comparison with the evolution for the next 20 years or 30 years. And you see quite well, of course, that in terms of evolution of the conditions for the climate change and in relation to rain, you will have a large decrease of rain in all this around the Mediterranean, around the south of Florida, Texas, and so on, and also going on up to China. You see. And of course, you have to put that in comparisons with the density of populations. You see, and of course, even if you have a very high temperature in Sahara, in the subsiding countries, but there is no living inhabitants there. And the inhabitants are along the coastline, you see, Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, along the Nile. And you see the dramatic consequences in Middle East, for example, in India, and in China. And what are the consequences? The consequences are very important about human migration, you see. And here you have in pink the borders between highly developed countries where you have a lot of natural resources like water, a lot of agriculture, and poor countries, you see. And you have the one between Europe, North Africa, and Middle East, you see. And of course, you have all the people which are suffering from hunger and for lack of water, which are going and migrating. I think that you have to keep in mind that 2/3 of the migrants are related to food security and water security. And only 1/3 is directly connected to war. And this is the data from UNHCR. And about migrations, you see quite well about around Syria, for example, here. And migration to Europe, to Germany, to France, and to England. And you see also quite well migration from Chinese people to US, and migrations also of Indian peoples to UK. See? And a lot of African countries also, which are going mainly to different countries from Europe. And 14 million refugees in 2014, and you know that it's still going on. Okay, what research can bring? Yeah, it's JPI water, but it's also JPI in association with scientific communities in JPI climate and also in JPI FACE about agriculture. First, we're thinking that identification of the resources and water from surface and from underground water, and their sustainable levels of exploitations, you see, to give some advice for the managers. Expected evolution of the resources for medium-term function of the evolutions of rain, what could be underground waters, what could be, and function of the different uses, what could be the evolutions. Solutions to better manage the water resources, like reservoirs, distributions, leakage, dams, and all the programs of management. Developing safe water systems by improving sanitation techniques in relation with human medicines. Prevention and treatment of water-human diseases. Creation of new resources, which is lacking. Recycling, wastewater, waste treatments, desalinization. For desalinizations, I have a map, for example, about desalination of water in 2012, where you see in green here, in gray, you see the evolution of the tendency of desalinizations waters, and you see quite a lot of plants around the Mediterranean countries and in the Middle East. And about climate engineering also. I have to think with JPI climate. By climate engineering, it's a lot of things. It's about the shadow role of forest and rain, condensations. What's about the green barrier and the action of green barrier and to stop desertifications, you see. And how we can improve agriculture, less water consuming, and plants adapted to drought, adapted new periodic irrigation system, ICT agriculture, in relation with, of course, FACE, which is agriculture and climate change, and to save water, you see, or to produce more food. Soil change with increasing of organic matter, and when you are increasing organic matter, you are sequestrating carbons in relation with the COP21, and also you are doing better management of the water because you have retention of the water. Contribute to limit climate change by promoting use of renewable energy in all the water chain. And all the problem also about prices and economic approach of the water. Even in some countries where the water is very scarce, you have no real price of the water, you see. What is the social acceptance of this issue, and what are the governance issues about the water? And at the end, develop international cooperation to go faster and promoting world innovations. We are on the way to increase international cooperation. Dominique will speak about this issue because in our last call, we have participation of Brazil, Canada, USA is pending, but China, Vietnam, Taiwan, India, South Africa, Tunisia. And I think it will be very important to have cooperation between EU and Mediterranean countries EU, it means EU, it's the JPI water mainly. EU and African countries, Mediterranean countries today, we have the initiative in Rome, the initiative Prima meeting, which is about food security and water around the Mediterranean countries. You have the two Eranets, Arimnet and Eranetmed, which are with the African countries. There is a long-term European and African partnerships with a co-fund about agriculture and water. We can join these initiatives. And about the Asiatic countries, we see quite well from the maps that India and China must be very important. They will have major changes, and in relation also with the demography, we need to have strong cooperation with these countries. It's the reason why I put targeted countries. But you will discuss later, I think, about this issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. If you had any doubt about the importance of water research and the importance of the subject, then I think Maurice's slides there in terms of scarcity, in terms of hunger, in terms of migration and all of the knock-on effects make it very clear that the work that you do as researchers in the water area is extremely important to the future of mankind indeed, not to put it too strongly. So Maurice and Bernardo are taking their leave of us now, so thank you very much for that. And we continue with Maria Uccellatore, who is from the Ministry of Education, University and Research. She manages the office with responsibility for international research, and indeed she's a member of the high-level expert group on joint programming. So Maria.
Hello. Good morning to everybody. I am very happy to be here with you, also because now I am on behalf of my head of department, Professor Marco Mancini, who could not be present today, unfortunately, for an institutional duty suddenly arrived. But I am very happy in every case to be here because I have been present since the beginning of this JPI very often as a testimonial of my ministry and my country. I wanted to underline to start that since the beginning, in fact, our ministry is strongly supporting the joint programming. And from 2009, my ministry, step by step, goes inside all the 10 JPIs that we are now living inside our research program. Inside these 10 old JPIs, we are as a coordinator in the JPIs about cultural heritage, and now, recently, also as co-coordinator for this JPI. We are actively, as you know, participating in joint calls and in every actions promoted in all the joint programming initiatives with, of course, the support also of several others interested ministries for this, about their specific competence. Now, you know that the JPI Water Challenges for a Challenging World launched in 2011 and adopted its first strategic research innovation agenda in 2013. And after we adopted implementation plan in 2014, now we are inside 20 member state countries, several associated countries, and as well 4 observers. The Commission, as you know, is a non-voting member, but supported 1 CSR, a coordination support action, and 2 ERANET co-fund actions. And also a second CSA on the international cooperation is proposed in the 2016 work program, as I imagine you know. Thanks. This I wanted to underline, that, as you can imagine, thanks to high level of cooperation with the national involved organization, my ministry positively evaluates the envisaged collaboration among the JPIs for better approach to the challenge in the near future, like, for instance, the ongoing call on sustainable management of water resources in agriculture, forestry, and freshwater aquaculture sector. This jointly promoted between the water and FACE JPIs for international and transnational collaborative research project. It, I agree, I imagine with you, would be useful to consider analog initiatives among the water JPI and other JPIs as climate and urban Europe, of course, for better approach the effects of climate change on water cycle and water resources availability and the importance of developing more efficient water service in the urban context and have, this is important, more resilient citizens. Now, if we want to speak beside the coordination, among the joint initiatives, all of us agree that there is a need to coordinate the European level and the regional activities. And so, as you know, my ministry is promoting PRIMA, a partnership for research and innovation in the Mediterranean area. This to contribute to the challenge of sustainable food production and water provision in the region. These initiatives involves Europe and not Europe countries and, like the JPIs, is taking advantage of the cooperation matured along the implementation of ERANET projects, like, for instance, in this case, of course, ERANET Med. The internationalization, coordination, and integration of national initiatives with European and global ones, moreover, is one of the main objectives, this is important that I underline for my country, for my ministry, of the National Research Program launched just now in the 2 of May. And this National Research Program earmarks more than 2.4 billion euro for public investment devoted to scientific research, of course, for the 2015-2020 period. So, it's clear that our National Research Program organically integrates the programming of Horizon 2020, and it was aligned with the criteria and the tools agreed at European level. But JPIs propose also new forms of cross-border cooperation that go beyond the collaborative projects or mobility actions. So, member states engaged in JPIs agree on common research and innovation agenda and on the alignment of national research and innovation programs on a number of common strategic goals, on activities to foster international cooperation and on the implementation of the joint actions. In fact, the Strategic Research Innovation Agenda 2.0 was conceived to guide future water-related research, development, innovation measures in Europe, included, but not only limited to, the water JPI actions from the implementation plan. To this end, it set up out specific research, development, innovation priorities or on areas where research, development, innovation measures are highly recommended. Now I conclude, and me too, as the President before, I wish you a very successful, stimulating, and fruitful meeting, and why not? I hope you will enjoy your stay in my city, in Rome. Good morning.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria. We have one more, if you like, of the introductory talks to go. Well, last but by no means least is Carlo Maria Medaglia. I hope I pronounced that right. He is head of the Technical Secretariat in the Ministry of Environment, Territory and Sea. He's a physicist by profession, and he has worked in many national and international research centres, founded and coordinated scientific laboratories. So, Carlo, I beg your pardon. Maria wants to say one more thing.
I apologize, but the time went on, and I must leave. I'm sorry.
We understand that. Understand that totally. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Carlo.
Thanks to everybody, especially thanks to Dr. Eral and Dr. Larkin for organizing here in Rome this fantastic meeting. Probably the most important part of my CV is that I took my PhD on floods. So it's a strange situation. Also, I'm very happy to be here in behalf of my minister, Gianluca Galletti, that is in the south part of Italy, to resolve problem and not to try to understand some part of the future. The talk of Maurice probably clear all the possible vision of the future. I think that this year is very important. It's not only important for the work that with the Ministry Galletti and all the other European and worldwide partner we do in Paris for the COP21 and with the sustainable goal in New York. I think that is important because at international level the agree that we reach is important not only for the number but for the method. The method is a method that permits to upgrade policy that can be upgraded in line with the research, in line with the work that all we will do in the research field. And I think this is very important because in Paris we stress a lot the capacity building, the transfer knowledge and the technology that is very important in all the field of environment and especially today in the field of climate and water with the work of the JPI. I think that not at worldwide level but at European level is a very important period. This year is important for as Bernardo spoke before, for the Floods Directive, for the marine strategy, for the water directive. So a lot of stuff are going and we must work in the research to resolve all the problems that Maurice outlined before. Because it's not a problem of scarcity, it's not a problem of having water in our house, but it's a problem of refugee, it's a problem of a lot of human migration. And this is very important at not only for our research in our lab, but at worldwide level for all the people that can have an improving of the life with our research. In Italy, it's not only a problem of the agree at the European and the worldwide level. In Italy, Gianluca Galletti pushed a lot on the water problem, and we are doing a lot of work of reorganization of the basin authority in the context of the hydrographic district. This is very important for the usage of water in Italy, and we are working together with all the national research and institutional organization in the Italian climate change adaptation strategy, in which water is a fundamental part. Fundamental part also for not only the goals that Maurice outlined before, but in Italy we have also a lot of problem on hydrological risk. I see a lot of my colleagues in university working on this field. I think that before starting the working day and this work, fruitful work of research. I think that is the message of my minister, Giorgio Galletti, is that we will a lot work on support the JPI water and also together work with the JPI climate. We really want to push on this field, and we want to try to have the research going up and support the decision maker to plan and implement adaptation action. So we really want to stress the work of JPI, and we want to work with you not only at technical and scientific level with ISPRA, but also at policy level to try to support as co-chair of the JPI as much as we can the work of the research that all our can do together. I want to close with the really thanks to not only to the JPI, to Professor the Bernardinis, but also want to thanks Elena Giusta, Giuseppina Monacelli, Alessandra Casali, Annalise Sambati, and Paola Gianbianco that for ISPRA really work all day to have this meeting and to have Italy in the center of the discussion. That for us is very important. Thanks and good work.
Thank you, Carlo. Now that concludes the high level, if you like, the introductory bit. Just before, we're now going to begin to focus on the water JPI. Before we do, I'm conscious that there's some latecomers who maybe haven't got a good view of the screen. There are some empty seats in the middle here at the back, and some over there, and indeed some over here as well. So if people who are sitting in the wings feel a little bit that they haven't got a good view, they're welcome to move. I'm also conscious of the fact that you've been listening to a lot now, so if you want to stand up and stretch and loosen out a little bit, that's perfectly fine too, because you know, you can begin to get a little bit tired if you're sitting in one position and listening to lots of talk. So I won't mind if people stand up and stretch now while we begin to focus on... Well done, Matt. Thank you very much. Well done. And Priska as well. Good girl. We're now beginning to focus on the water JPI itself, and later on today we will focus particularly on our strategic research and innovation agenda, and that is the main work of the day. We are going to have roundtables, we're going to be interactive, and you are going to work as well. So it's not you're not just receiving. We're going to pick your brains as the day goes on. But we now have from the European Commission, Panos Banis, who is going to talk to us about the position of the water JPI in a global world. And as those of you, I'm sure, who know Panos know that he's working in DG Research and Innovation, Deputy Director of the Eco Innovation Unit. So Panos, you're very welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good morning to everybody. Thanks also for giving also the opportunity, first of all, also to the Commission also to address this major event of the water GPI, but also I have also the pleasure also personally also to attend, since I'm also dealing with several also water-related issues since many years in my career in the Commission. But I would like, I think, since it is still a kind of introductory presentation, to also put also this water GPI in the perspectives. And also in this context, I would like more to present you, some kind of drivers to try to explain, what are also the key elements which also drive also our activities, and then also try also to, because I think this is important to try to help you also in preparing also the strategic research agenda, to try also to see also the synergies, the potential, the complementarities with existing other initiatives and frameworks. Before I will not go to stay more on that, but I think it is important also to highlight, as also Maurice also mentioned, water is becoming increasingly nowadays, an important element, and very important, I would say, challenge and risk at the global level, not only for the environment and the society, but also very, very important for our global economy. And I think this is also an important element. We have also to be more proactive also in putting also water in the center also of the economic developments. I think this is important if we would want also water to have a bigger also influence and decision, and use also the knowledge of the water to solve also our problems. As it was mentioned in a recent conference, and somebody said that only if we put also water in the minds of the Minister of Economy, then you can also expect also to see more happening in this area. But I would like here to highlight also, as also Maurice mentioned, many foresights also exercises shows testimony this fact. And I think this is, I would like just to mention to you some of the a recent also study which came from this European Strategy and Policy Analysis System project that the Commission also supported, which also highlight that the managing the scarcity also of the resources is going also to become, this an important challenge with also in conjunction with the rising energy consumption and the shifting also patterns of consumption. And this is important because despite also the slowdown of global growth population, there is also still a lot of competition also to access to natural resources, in particular on water. And this is also is going also to continue because also the large scale of exploitation of natural resources, in particular also for raw material, is mainly also devoted and linked to very few countries also in the regions. And food and water will be two interrelated things which are going also to be exacerbated by the expected also climate changes. The World Bank, for instance, makes some recent projections which they say that by the 2025, more than food will be also affected also by water availability, and this will affect more of 1.4 billion of people in the world. And another also important, which also shows that also water should not be also looked alone, but it should be also seen in connection with different also other issues, like in particular energy and food. I would like also to insist on the energy. You see here the figures about also the energy consumption, the increase of the energy consumption in the next years. And I would like to stress also the strong link between, water and energy production, which is a factor which is not clearly also addressed by also, if you look the EU energy policy, you will hardly see any reference also to the water. So this also highlights, of course, that this is an area where there are important elements also for investment, and this is an area where the need also to look more on research and innovation. And this, as I said, is not only for, certainly this is for the citizens, also for the society, but also is also very important also for the market, because if you look also the potential with the developments in the emerging economies, of course water will be also an important element for the development of these countries. So there are a lot of business opportunities. So we have also to give also the opportunity also to the European industry also to continue to be a leader in this global market. Having said this, I would like, of course, to acknowledge that water has been from the early, from the beginning of the framework programs, receive also proper attention in terms also of funding. And of course, this came, of course, as you can see, in various ways. There were different type of priorities and different type of issues, but it was always, I think, the main issues that was also linked also with the wider policies at the European level, and trying also to provide also the knowledge and the basis, the scientific basis on which many policies can be built. And there have been several also examples, just to highlight, you know, a particular project, for instance, already in the fifth framework program, that they looked, for instance, in groundwater quality, and this was a pivotal also project in defining also in the groundwater directive also the approach on the type of thresholds also to be looked at. But little by little also water, I think in the latest also years, in particular also now in the end of FP7, in particular within Horizon 2020, also water research activities took into in consideration also the, as I said, the economic dimension and importance of water. Just also to highlight, this is a figure that it was also produced at the time that the water JPI was starting and doing also this mapping exercise. So this helped us also to look to our activities, and also this show you already the type, the magnitude of actions. We're now going to do something similar for the first 2 Horizon calls, because I think it will be important also to compare and to keep also the going on with this type of information, which can also hit also the interest of policy makers. Some important elements that I said that I will try also to identify some of the drivers that they help us also in the beginning of Horizon 2020, you know, to structure our activities. And you can see here also different type of activities. You have, let's say, some more general policy initiative, like for instance this resource efficiency flagship initiative, which, you know, gave also some policy recommendations, the Eco-Innovation Action Plan, also the European, the Innovation Union flagship initiative. But then on top of that, we had also some activities at the European level that they tried also to also support also research and innovation in this area, trying also to either to bring together also national activities, like for instance the Joint Programming Initiative, and also some activities like the technology platforms that they tried also more to bring also the private sector, trying also to address also the requirements, the research also priorities that the private sector also had, in order also to improve also the participation and the linkages between these sectors. Let me try also to see how these policy initiatives, in particular the 3 main initiatives, the Joint Programming Initiative, the European Technology Platform, the WSSTP, and the European Innovation Partnership, how these activities are working, and how, for instance, we can also try also to see what are the potentials there for synergies, because this is important in defining also our research agenda. So here you can see also the kind of rationale that we have used also in developing Horizon 2020. Since Horizon 2020 was now more embracing the whole innovation cycle, we thought that it was better, instead of trying also to build also complementarities with different projects. For instance, wastewater management can be seen in different ways. Instead of trying, you know, to address, you know, the themes, you know, in complementarity, we thought that it would be better to have a more kind of boundaries, having also the Joint Program Initiative addressing more the early stage of the knowledge generation, going more to more type of fundamental, applied type of research, while having also the Horizon 2020 going more to the upper side of the innovation, going more to the demand type of activities, to kind of demonstration projects, to kind of market activities, public procurement, incentive prices, and all this type of the activities. And we consider that it was a kind of a good a way also to avoid also complementarities. And I think this is something which, in my view, reflects up to now well also the division of tasks between also our activities in the work programs and the water JPI. And of course, we also are committed within our activities also to support also this implementation actions of the water JPI. As you can see here, this shows the slides also the different type of supports. We have started with the coordination support action. We have also co-fund also the joint calls implemented also by the national countries. As you know, and I will come also later to that, we also promoted also the international, the role of water JPI in strengthening also the international cooperation in this area. And we have also issued a call, and I have the feeling that the results will be also communicated also very, very soon. And we plan also in the 2017 also work program to have also another ERANET co-fund action, which then will close also the overall cycle of the first water strategic agenda, addressing also together with a call that the JPI issued without the EU support. Then we can also have also address also the main issues, the themes addressed in the strategic research agenda. Here we have another instrument, this initiative. This is the technology platforms. And as I said, these technology platforms had also as a primary objective also to raise also the awareness of the public sector, but also bring together the public sector together, the private sector together with the public for joint research activities. And in this context also the WSSTP also created also a strategic research agenda. Of course, again, this strategic research agenda reflects perhaps more, I would say, the industrial type of interest, but certainly I think there are still common, I think, issues, and I think it will be worthwhile. I know that there is still a strong also cooperation, but it will be also very important also to identify concrete actions to try also to see how we can jointly also benefit for these strategic also agendas. Let me now also explain a bit about this European Innovation Partnership Initiative, and this I take also the opportunity since also our colleague, the Guido Smith, which is in charge of the Secretariat in charge of the European Innovation Partnership, and the colleagues of DG Environment were not able to come here, so they asked me also to incorporate their slides also in my presentation. So try also to explain also how this, what is the European Innovation Partnership, how this works, and how this can be also linked also with the water JPI. Again, in one sense, I would say the European Innovation Partnership was mainly foreseen as a way to address also the barriers. Mainly barriers both from the technological but also for regulatory, financial type of issues, to try also to address also these barriers and also to find some ways to overcome also these barriers. And in order to do that also, they also identified some key thematic priorities, which 5 thematic priorities, which are also displayed in the slides, that where there were also these priorities where they exhibit, a high level also for market uptake and creation also of new markets opportunities there. And of course, in addition to that, they consider some horizontal activities, cross-cutting activities like water governance, decision support systems, and also financing for innovation, including also the role of digital technology, in particular smart technology, in water resources management. And of course, again, here you will recognize that many of these issues are very well also linked with the priorities of the water JPI, and also they are also reflected in WSSTP. So there, this is also a point for reflection, how better also to link these activities. So the EIP is mainly organized, I would say, through a kind of a high-level steering group. It used to meet twice per year, now is going to meet also annually. Time to time, it used to be also supported by a task force, but to make this governance structure more flexible, this is only now ad hoc basis. But what is the main priority of, let's say, intervention is what they call action groups. And action groups are a kind of volunteer agreements between different stakeholders, researchers, stakeholders, utilities, for instance, ministries, to address specific also issues and to address also the barriers which are associated to that, and trying also to translate also policy recommendations that they can also help also support the implementation of water-related policies. Here, what is very important are some of the key priority barriers and bottlenecks that they have also identified in their activities, and I would like a bit also to stay on that. I think financing is an area which has been, of course, received a lot of attention, and of course this is an area that we all know is very, very important. But I think the issue that was also to highlight there is that there are many lacks for financing, in particular also for small and medium enterprises. And since this is an area of water which is very fragmented, where there are many also innovative, SMEs, which develop, excellent products and services, there is also a need also to try also to address this issue. The other also point in this barrier is the fact that the financing is not also identified in terms of limited money. Although a lot of money is possible, it is very difficult, however, also to bring also these different activities together and to create also a kind of critical mass, to make the synergistic effect of different type of activities, either at national level, at research level, regional level, and industrial level. So this is also an area that we have also to look very, very important. And of course, this is also related to the financing, with the fact also that the water is considered to be a kind of a risk aversion sector, in the sense that, of course, the stakeholders, are a bit reluctant also to invest also in some innovative activities. In particular, also, there are a lot of health-related issues with water, and of course, there the health risk also is predominant also in the public also mind. Another also important also element was also this regulatory framework. What they perceived to be as a barrier was not the lack of regulation, but the fact that very often you have not always, the policies are still tend to be fragmented, and even also in the water area, although of course the Water Framework Directive trying also to act as a kind of support to build all these issues, but sometimes also there are also some inconsistencies also with the various regulations, and also these inconsistencies, for instance, can also hinder also this innovation. For instance, it was also mentioned that the reuse, for instance, or recycling of water may, for instance, increase the concentration, for instance, of pollutant in wastewater, without also increasing also the total mass of pollutants discharged to the environment. But the current, for instance, implementation of the Emission Industrial Directive, for instance, does not also take sufficiently into consideration also this issue. And another also barrier was the fact that there are not easy also to have long-term demonstration sites where also people, where citizens also can see also the benefit of innovative also solutions and have also some more trust in these actions. The EAP has a kind of what they call a marketplace. So this is an area where supply and demand, but really a supply of innovative solutions are there. So you can see the figures about the products there. And in a recent also stakeholder feedback that it was done in the EAP conference, people also consider that this marketplace also is also considered also to be something positive. So the water JPI is also dealing with the development of a kind of what they call the knowledge hub. So it is important also to reflect to see how it is possible. Is it possible to try also to link also these issues? Because I think this is an important element where all struggle with a lot of information is there, but it's very difficult also to find this in a very coordinated and consolidated way. So this is perhaps an area where we need also to address more. So here, as you can see, a lot of dissemination impacts. There are monthly newsletters. The EAP is organizing also each 2 years also a conference. So this is also something to have to reflect. This is a conference where this seems to be more addressing also the industrial type of interest. We have to see how we can eventually combine with a different type of events that, for instance, the Water JPI will also tend to have annual conferences. It will be better also to structure, to have some complementarities and avoid also duplication and trying also to cover the whole stakeholders. And here, if you are more interested in the slides, you will have also the information. Let me then finish my presentation. I still have, Patrick, a few minutes to go. Okay, saying where are you now and what are some of the new drivers that they are going also to help us in preparing the next cycle in strategic programming. As we know, we act in preparing in 2 years work programs. We're now entering to the last programming period, which is going to address the 3 remaining years of the Horizon 2020. But what is also very important is that we also consider that this will continue also to feed also the reflections now and the discussions for the preparations of the following also framework program. Here, as you can see, the Commission Juncker also issued, last year 10 priorities, and within these the 10 priorities, here are the 4 main priorities where also we consider that the Commission also, in particular the Research and Innovation Directorate also had also a role also to play. And this is also in order also to deliver also this on Juncker's also policies. The Commission also proposed this the kind of what we call the 3O strategy. This is strategy to be open, open innovation, open sciences, and open to the world. And I think these are elements that could eventually also foster the innovation also capacity, trying also to address also the regulatory also framework, which can also help to have also innovation. As you know, there is a lot of debate to what extent also regulation can be also a driver or an impediment also for innovation. And in this context also, in particular in the context of the circular economy that I will mention, the Commission also is proposing a kind of non-legislative, more voluntary approach, what we call the innovation deals, which also this can be also an opportunity also for innovators and stakeholders also to try also to address some of the barriers which can be also real or perhaps perceived on a regulation. And this is also the Commission also is going also to assess to what extent also these are real barriers or are just barriers which are related to the not appropriate implementation sometimes of the EU also regulation. And what is also important is, as you mentioned in this open science and open to world, I think these 2 priority lines, I think, are very relevant for the water JPI, that they have to be reflected. When we talk about open science, we spoke about, open results, how to share also the research results, and also very important also related to that to search also the research data. And I think this is a very, very important area in the water, where there are plenty of databases, plenty of data needs. So these are important elements that we have also to look on how also we have also to address and to create a kind of a way also that we benefit also for this sharing of the various also research data. Then this open to the world line, where the Commission also is willing also to tackle also the societal challenge at global level. And of course there, water together also with health, energy, food are between also these global challenges, which of course have an interest. And also in this context also an important element would be also the role of science and technology also in implementing also various policies. And, the role of science diplomacy is becoming very, very important. And we see here also water as an important element. The water diplomacy, for instance, is a term which has been also used in the recent years, and so there are a lot of potential also there. Another important also driver, as you know, is this policy on circular economy that the Commission also proposed in last December. And here in this line of trying also to organize in such a way that we maintain and we enhance also the value of products, of resources through the whole value chain and the product life. And I think this concept can perfectly also fit water. So in particular, if we also try also to put also the different also the values chain of the water, you know, the hydrological, the environmental chain, but also the production line of the water. And I think this is also opens also a good perspectives also for addressing also recovery also of resources. In particular also there are a lot of potential for nutrients, recovery of nutrients, reuse and recycling in this context. And of course the Sustainable Development Goals is also another important, you know, policy line where the Commission also is committed also to deliver. And in the recent communication that the Commission also adopted before also the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals last September, the role for research, science and technology innovation is very, very important. And of course there are dedicated also Sustainable Development Goals in water, food, sustainable production, which all are also of course water related. It's not only the water goal, but the several other goals which also are water related. So these are important elements for the reflection. So coming to the end, so here you can see, as I said, how water has been addressed also up to now within the, as I said, in the various calls. In the beginning, water has been identified, as we said, as a kind of a focus area. In the next strategic exercise, 16-17, water was mainly mainstream within the various activities. Will be important also once this cycle also is finalized, also to try also to see the to compare also the various approaches in the first programming period and the second one. But of course, certainly I think in the next programming period we would like also still water mainstream also between the different activities and pillar of the Horizon program, having also in mind that water should not be diluted there, but should also be well also reflected in these activities. And then I will have to finish my presentation stressing also this, I would say, this international cooperation in the field of water. As I said, this is water is an area which, by its characteristic, is a global challenge. So this is normal that there are a lot of opportunities there. I mentioned the market potential. I mentioned also the issue of transboundary river basin. So it's very important to collaborate in this context. And of course, there the science diplomacy, as I said, plays also a very important role. And here you can see that international cooperation has already received attention in our activities. We addressed also both at the regional level and at country level. I would like also to mention also the two particular recent activities, the Piano and the Africa Alliance, which of course have a kind of more strategic nature, trying also to build also both, in particular also the Piano, it is linked with the Center for European and Water Partnership. So this is a kind of multi-governmental initiative where also has a research component, and so this Piano activity is linked to that and brings also together also the national authorities in China, both in charge of implementing also water policy, but also implementing also research activities, so that there are a lot of potentials and synergies also with the activities of the water JPI. An alliance project which also Africa Alliance trying also to put in the Africa perspective, the climate, water and food also perspective. So these are activities which have more a kind of strategic nature more than the individual also project level cooperation. And of course this also should be linked also with the water JPI international activities. this has been already identified as a priority and has been also promoted by us. I think we still also believe that there are a lot of potential. JPI proven also to be also in a position also already in the Aeronet co-fund calls to bring also the interest of several countries international level, and will be also important also to link on that. It was also mentioned earlier by the representative of the ministry about the PRIMA proposal. As you know, this is also an initiative where the Commission now is analyzing through a kind of an impact assessment the potential of intervention at the European level, and there are some of the options identified in this policy assessment. The PRIMA consortium, of course, is willing to go more for a kind of an Article 185 initiative in the context of Horizon 2020. So we are going to finalize very soon this impact assessment, and on the outcome of this impact assessment we'll be also in a position to propose a follow-up of action on that. And last but not least, I would like also to mention Belmont Forum, because, as I said, that there are different types of structuring also this international cooperation. I said at country level, at the regional level, and another level is trying also to structure this international cooperation with a type of multilateral type of initiatives, and this Belmont Forum is one of these important multilateral activity. Is not water is not up to now, very strongly also reflected in the lines of this Belmont Forum, but as you can see, there has been the recent year also some what they call this collaborative research action in this area. So there are, of course, there are potential, so there are also possibilities there. And in order also to try to find also these possibilities for synergies between different activities where are also relevant for our Societal Challenge 5, in particular the various JPIs, water, climate, agriculture, the fact that they're urban, and also these international activities. We're also going to have very soon a workshop where also representatives of all these joint activities will also attend, and the idea is there also to reflect of possible also eventually cross-cutting activities which may be also jointly also implemented through these activities. So I hope that this presentation I was able also to provide you a kind of a panorama of the various drivers and activities at the European level. Here there are some links when you can also find more information, and I will also be very happy also to further interact with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Panos, and we're happy to see that the continued support of the EU. There are lots of initiatives, and we are also interested in being involved in the PRIMA initiative as part of the Water JPI. So thank you for that. Now, folks, you got 2 for the price of 1 there. You had Guido's contribution as well. So Panos covered both DG Research and Innovation and DG Environment. We have 2 speakers to go. We're still on time to make it to coffee at 11:20. I know that this is important to everybody in the room, but there is water, the water cooler over there on the corner if anybody needs it. We are, I think, medics will tell us we are 60% water. Our brain is 75% water. So if you begin to run low, your concentration certainly slips. And I wouldn't want your concentration to slip for the next speaker, Enrique Plan, who was the initial coordinator of the Water JPI. And as you well know, the most difficult thing to do is to take a concept or an idea and to put it on its feet. And that's what Enrique and Rosa and the team at Minico did in 2012. For the first 4 years, they gave birth to this baby, if you like, and they got the baby on the feet. So, Enrique, you can tell us now about the overview of the progress that you have seen.
Well, thank you, Patrick. It's a pleasure to be here among so many friends. It's been a couple of years now that I don't address the Water JPI, so I guess I'm out of shape. But I'm loving it too. I was very happy to coordinate the Water JPI most of the days. And I was very happy to leave too, because I guess the team was exhausted. Some of them are still exhausted, my colleagues from Madrid. But, and it's a pleasure to be back. But I'm very relaxed today. So as opposed to many former meetings when I was very concerned about the outcome and I was kind of tight, today I'm in the mood of being informal and trying to squeeze in a few messages that I think could benefit the initiative. Although I guess when one actually leaves the coordination of an initiative, the last thing the new coordinators require is advice, I guess. but I'm going to give it anyway. I'm always being quite outspoken. So the first problem we face is that we have no clue what joint programming meant. All this was new terminologies, new sentences, new buzzwords coming from Brussels. You know, we were discussing societal challenges before Horizon 2020, because this was kind of a spin-off of the discussion of Horizon 2020. So the ministers, I remember the day I was in Mineco, and we were requested to identify societal challenges, and we had no clue what this meant. But, well, we started the discussions, the idea of water came out, there had been a number of circumstances in those days pointing at water as an interesting topic. There was an expo, there was a commitment, for instance, in Spain. But it was a difficult concept, and there was not much experience. We were actually beginning, we could build on the efforts of the Aeronets, a number of other things, but it was all very complex. The first thing which was quite surprising is that we were there in meetings like this one, gathering for an initiative animated by the European Commission, and there was no signs of money there, right? The Commission would say, no, listen, this is not for me to pay. This is for the participating countries to bring in funds. I said, oops, that was the first surprise. And in fact, that was part of the process that led to the natural selection of the partners, right? We were told, listen, you have to be very careful here, and you have to bring in the program owners, right? The national program owners of Europe, because this is about using the funds in a coordinated fashion, right? And all this was, as I said, something very novel, and we could actually succeed in identifying these programs which made us enjoy this success. But it was a lengthy process. We took a couple of years trying to establish the firm ideas that eventually led to a vision and then led to an agenda. These wonderful documents that we have received in the folders actually picture the idea very well. This is amazing documents that tell me about success, about realization accomplishments, and about a long history which is very well grounded now, and in an initiative which can actually have a leadership in Europe and have a very good relation to many other country efforts in the world. So I guess we stand a very good position to continue with this impact. The dialogue with the Commission was very important. In the following years, we actually received quite a bit of support from the Commission, economic support, right? But the most important thing was the therapy. We could actually get therapy from the Commission and discuss our problems and be able to actually have a partner. That's what we had, a partner which was equally interested on our success and a partner we could rely on. But in those days, we didn't have any resources. It was very complicated to get this going because we were doing, it was very hectic. We were doing many things at the same time, and we were doing miracles every day, right? Because we did not have a secretariat, a professional one. We didn't have countries which were responsible for tasks, and everything was very handmade. But it started working. And so we had to develop the vision, we had to do reports, start thinking about the SRIA, proposals, internationalization. Everything was pounding on us in those days, but we could manage. And we came to Brussels very often to forge alliances, to reaffirm the partnerships on specific issues. Some visits were more successful than others, right? Sometimes we could get precisely what we needed. In other days, we were just sharing problems with the Commission, which was sometimes as puzzled as we were with the process of these initiatives, which in those days was not clear. It was an ongoing process. It was somehow an experiment. And we had to go and do this water JPI liturgy in many scientific events, and we were not yet fully believers of the idea, right? So it was a little bit complex. But then the big day came, and we came out of age. We became mature. We had the funds. We received this grant from the Commission, which was very important. And we had an inflection point, and that was 3 or 4 years ago with the kickoff of this project, the project that we are kind of wrapping up today. And we had many things ready, and we gained visibility, and we looked like decent people there. My God, I mean, the day I saw that picture, I said, well, we probably made something, right? And we could start planning for serious funding activities, and we could actually burst out and return to society, and return to researchers and innovators all the preparation work that we have been doing for 3 years. Everything started to work out, and we started delivering, and we went around to many places. This was in Copenhagen, and we did so in implementation of this project, which was designed to deliver, and we did, right? And we, for the first time, could decentralize the responsibilities. We started having autonomous working groups firmly established and funded in different countries. We provided specific funding to the Water JPI, and we established a community of practice and a community of learning. We started socializing with the other JPIs. We started benchmarking ourselves on the progress that other JPIs were doing, and we started a cooperation also with the GPC, and that was very fruitful because that was a forum to discuss the progress and to discuss where we stood at different times. And we have major accomplishments, but the best one is a cohesive group of research funding organizations. This was the major accomplishment. We could map what we were doing as a living document. Well, you've heard this story, the agenda, the internationalization, which is today a major success, and the communications. The major calls, we'll be hearing more about that today. A smooth transition to governance. This was extremely important. You know, after 2 years of not being around, to me, came into to this meeting as an alien now, and seeing how everything has reaffirmed the wonderful materials that the governance is doing, how it's working as a team, and how everything is not sustained but greatly improved. To me, it's a matter of satisfaction. I should have left before, years before probably, because everything has now turned into decentralized headaches, and and that is always a good idea. We have many challenges ahead. Not everything in life is having fun and having dinner in Cyprus. There's more to it. There's more work to it. We need to consolidate the efforts And at this point, I can only signal an issue which is very important, which is the contributions, the in-kind contributions that the partners are doing. You know, the Commission will never be able to pay all the effort which has brought us to this point or the future efforts. The Commission should not pay for that. You know, this has to be an effort of the funding organizations supported, partially funded by the European Commission. But the personal efforts that we have been performing on behalf of our funding organizations is the critical part. Let me just give you an example. My dedication to this project as a coordinator that I was for 2 years has not been charged to the European Commission. It's all in kind. And many countries have done the same things. If we are building something which is on the interest of the countries, we need to make these funding efforts individually, the countries, in order to be able to sustain the idea and to steer it. This is an initiative which has the member states on the driver's seat in very close cooperation with the European Commission, and it needs to continue like this. Now, a critical question here is, what will bring the new framework program beyond 2020? What's going to happen? I mean, I said a couple of minutes ago that we were probably an experiment back in 2010, but probably an experiment today too, for things to come, for new arrangements, for new ways of organizing research at the European and at the global level. So I guess keeping up the good work and breaking new ground every day is an important issue for this JPI and for the rest of JPIs, because we can be setting the grounds for new funding arrangements in the future. Another message that I want to pass on, a key issue is how we squeeze in joint programming in the national programs. This is a major, I don't want to say limiting factor, but it's a major factor in our success and in our continuity. Is joint programming in general an exception in the national funding practices? Is joint programming part of the general effort of the national funding practices? How different is a JPI project from a normal national project in our funding organizations? These are critical questions in order to internationalize our science and our innovation at the country level. And this is an issue that will have to be dealt with in the years to come. It is not only the TAME joint programming initiatives, it is also initiatives like PRIMA we heard about, and many other initiatives which are actually being built on the cooperation between the national funding organizations, the European Commission, and many other international funders. And this requires some thought at the national level. And I want to come to an end of my presentation just by thanking you for your patience and by telling you how much I enjoyed the years that I served this community as a coordinator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enrique. No, we're glad you didn't leave earlier than you should have. We're glad that you stayed on and created this, and it's a testament to you and to Rosa and to Minico that it has achieved what it has achieved to date. And that's not taking in any way from the new coordinators at ANR. Our last speaker in this section is Olka Unda. Is that correct? Close enough. And Olka is the Deputy Director of Land and the Water Division, Agriculture and Consumer Protection Department. I just wanted to say, anyone's phone who ring has to buy us out a glass of wine at the interval. So if your phone rings, we'll send the bill to you for all the wine. Ulka is the Deputy Director of the Land and Water Division in the Agriculture and Consumer Protection Department of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. And I think we saw earlier from Maurice's presentation that water and food is, of course, inextricably linked. So, Ulka, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I've been asked to talk about the United Nations initiatives about water, and in less than 20 minutes. So I had to focus a little bit, and I thought I would talk more about the 2030 Development Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, rather than the very many and diverse programs that are going on within the UN system. But before going to the SDGs, let me give you a few examples and ideas as to how the UN system works. Because UN is large, diverse, distributed, and sometimes difficult to understand. I've been with the UN system for almost 8 years now, a little bit over 8, and I'm still learning. But even the complexity reflects the decisions of the member states. So the substance, processes, the form that the UN as a whole and its organizations are taking are results of the decisions of the member states. So instead of obviously complaining about it, we have to comply and do the best. And in the meantime, the member states continue to assert their priorities based on changing conditions. And the SDGs is a result. The Paris Agreement is another result. And the UN system adapts to that and realigns itself or focuses depending on the changing priorities. The member states of the United Nations have not decided to have a water organization. So there is, for example, a food and agriculture organization, a scientific, educational, and cultural organization, an environmental agency, but not a water agency. For a simple reason, water crosscuts. And, but in order to deal with that, it has established collaborative platforms. And the current collaborative platform is called UN Water. UN Water is a coordination mechanism of the UN system with over 30 member agencies from the UN system. Of FAO is one, and plus some 4 dozen partners coming from the global organizations, research entities, professional societies, among others. And UN Water has been tasked with coordinating the diverse work of the UN system through its several agencies and establish coherence, bring up synergies, and identify gaps and inconsistencies when they happen, and obviously remove them, deal with them. And UN Water has been working with all these 31 agencies, but probably a handful of them more substantially, depending on their mandate, and has done a very substantial job in promoting a water SDG, which is now SDG 6, during the MDG era. And when this became a possibility, then UN Water played the instrumental role of proposing a draft text for the SDG, what is SDG 6 now. When we talk about water, obviously, within the context of SDGs, SDG 6 is what we focus on, but you see the nice chart that shows all of the 17 SDGs, and water obviously flows across the SDG spectrum. So water is concentrated under SDG 6, but has impacts, implications, or is impacted by other SDGs or the actions coming from the other SDGs. FAO is involved in a good number of SDGs here on the picture, but substantially it's number 2, SDG number 2, which is obviously related to hunger. And then the hunger and sustainable agriculture. There is a number of SDGs where FAO is involved, and some of these have something to do with water, others have to do with poverty, land issues, soil issues, you can name it. What I would like to do is, now that we are moving into the SDG realm, and talking about the United Nations, one major difference between SDGs and MDGs is the fact that SDGs have been prepared and now are going to be implemented truly by the member states, where MDGs were more of a bureaucratic, technocratic exercise, which was then taken to the member states, which approved them after some modifications. But the SDG process is totally bottom-up, member state-driven, and the way now it's moving, the indicators for targets are being defined, and some of them are being tested in the field, and this is also very much member state-driven. SDG 6 is also an improvement over the MDG suite of goals, international goals, in that MDGs actually lacked a water goal for number 1. And number 2, irrespective of having a specific water goal, MDGs did not actually address the broad spectrum of water other than the relatively narrow sub-area of drinking water, safe drinking water, and adequate sanitation. Then water existed implicitly, less directly in some other SDGs, including MDGs, including environmental sustainability. But the integrity of the water resources spectrum was not present. Here we have the full spectrum, and obviously as the international water community, we take some pride in promoting the necessity to have an integrated and unifying goal in the current international philosophy towards sustainable development when it comes to water. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritties of the SDG 6, but SDG 6 obviously addresses safe drinking water and sanitation, water quality and wastewater, water-related ecosystems, integrated water resources management, and water efficiency. Then the extremes of water is taken care of elsewhere, but it's included in this suite. Out of this, there is a distribution at the UN system level as to who will support what SDG, what targets, and how the indicators will be populated and how the data will be obtained and processed. And obviously, this has to be done by the member states, and the UN system is given the task of assisting the member states in whatever of these different steps is applicable at the specific level, national, regional, and global. Then the UN has the responsibility, the overall responsibility of turning the national inputs and data into regional and global assessments and indicators, and within which this is the UN system that is taking a role. By the way, these are also the members of UN Water, which I talked about. And just a small analogy, when the former coordinator of JPI was talking about the evolution of JPI, UN Water was pretty much created the same way. Okay, we are providing a platform to you, bringing you together, but we can't give you any money. So you raise your own funds, and if you don't raise your own funds, still, this is a good platform. You talk and synergize, close the gaps, and then provide value added. But now it has evolved, and it has earmarked funds to deal with issues that involve multiple mandates of their member agencies. Within this mandate, coming to the more specific now, within the next 5-6 minutes, the SDG 6 is addressed at the UN level by UN Water, which is very normal. And within UN Water, there is a subgroup that is dealing specifically with the targets and the indicators under these targets. And through an initiative that we called JEMI, which is the abbreviation of something that doesn't exist anymore, but we kept the abbreviation. This is the integrated monitoring of water and sanitation and water, the full spectrum. UN Water has been able to raise enough funds, primarily from the Swiss government and some from Germany, in order to do the methodological work and ways to populate the indicators, and then do a proof of concept phase with selected number of countries. These are the lead agencies for the indicators under the SDG 6 goal. And FAO has been tasked with the target that relates to efficiency and stress. For obvious reasons, we are, as the food and agriculture sector, as the user of global water resources at a rate of 70% or more, and we have a vested interest to make it more efficiently used, and also to deal with scarcity issues and water stress. The indicators under target 6.4 are two. One is the percentage change in efficiency, water use efficiency over time, and the second indicator is the level of water stress, which is defined as the percentage freshwater withdrawals in terms of the total available freshwater resources. And as I indicated, this is on national scale. Then it's the responsibility of the agency, which is FAO in this particular case, to come up with regional and global indicators for the same, and also help the member states with these indicators to populate them. And for this, FAO has established a special team, and also has, as I said at the very beginning, was able to realign some of the existing programs, such as its water scarcity expertise, and the only global data and information base Aquastat that it operates in order to serve the SDG 6 as its number crunching machinery behind its targets. In addition to this, the work of FAO obviously covers the large spectrum of sustainable food and agriculture, and sustainability indicates that we are not only looking into producing the 60% more food needed by 2050, but doing it sustainably by preserving the integrity of the ecosystems and the natural resource base. This is almost a random selection of some of the FAO programs, more centered here at the headquarters in Rome, and then disseminated to the countries for which they are relevant through some 170 projects and programs that FAO is involved in through its country, sub-regional, and regional offices. And these programs include drought risk management, groundwater management, water tenure, the monitoring of soil and water quality, water for rural poor, management of irrigation systems with an emphasis on modernization and rehabilitation, and work around the nexus, including solar-powered irrigation. And with this, Mr. Chair, I end my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, folks, we now move. We move now to the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, which is the main focus of today. We're launching the version 2 of the SRIA today. The main author of this is Patrick Flammarion, and he is about to talk to us about it now. Just one or two small things before Patrick's presentation. There is, of course, a poster session, which is the researchers from the pilot call and some other framework program researchers, and their posters are very, very interesting, and they are in the room midway between the two coffee rooms. So there's a poster session, an opportunity to see them at lunchtime, of course, and also later on in the afternoon, where there's dedicated time for looking at them. I would ask you, please, to talk to the people at the posters, because they have put a lot of effort into it, and ask them to explain their work and what they have done, what they've achieved, and what they're hoping to do. So that's important. After Patrick's presentation, I'm going to hand the chair over to Miguel on my left, who is going to moderate the first roundtable discussion, and the people who are in the first roundtable will then join Miguel at this desk here. And they will give presentations from their seats rather than taking the podium, just to save a couple of minutes here and there. Short presentations just on their thoughts, no overheads, no need for overheads. But the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, this is version 2. Patrick has been living and eating and sleeping with this for quite a while, and I think, Patrick, today you can, a bit like Enrique, you can say, been there, done that, have the T-shirt. So over to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be here today to introduce you to the second version of the SRIA, of the Water JPI. I'm director of the Water Scientific Department of ISPRA, a research institute in France, member of the French Research Alliance Alain V. And I'm addressing you today more specifically as the Work Package 3 leader of the Water Project, for which the main objective was the development of a sharply focused and a realistic strategic research agenda, based on the mapping and analysis of the state of the art and based on internal and external consultations. And these 3 years, more than 3-year task, has proved to be very challenging, time demanding due to the subject, and we are pleased to be able to present it today. I've not been alone. We have been 13 partners in the water WP3 work package, and almost 20 people directly involved, and hundreds of people during the workshops, as well as the advisory board. So many people have been involved in the 3R 2.0. It has been a very collective process. The 3R is a strategic document that lays out research and innovation needs in the field of water in order to guide research and innovation in Europe, because it will be used to framework Europe work programs in the field of water, and because it is a crucial element of the objective of alignment of national and European programs, strategies, and the 3R is therefore the backbone of the water JPI. The reduction of the 3R has followed an iterative process. This approach has served the purpose of building a document in accordance with emerging needs in the water domain, and also to take into consideration views of a very broad base of water JPI partners and stakeholders. The publication of the Water JPI Vision document in 2011 was triggered a long process of collection of information, analysis, redaction, that led to the release of the 3R 0.5 in May 2013 and to the 3R 1.0 in June 2014. And now 3R 2.0 has just been finalized at the beginning of the year and was approved by the governing board in April 2016. So, as you can see also, both 3R 1.0 and 3R 2.0 are followed by implementation plans. These plans developed activities based on the priorities identified in the 3R and will in time be realized through the Water JPI and through also various EU and national funding mechanisms. But the 3R is not only based on the principle of iteration. In order to guarantee an integrated vision for water research, it requires a multidisciplinary approach, as economic, ecological, societal challenges are to be addressed. It is also resulted from a comprehensive and consultative process that didn't leave stakeholders by the wayside. In order to fulfill the objective of the 3R, it was important to conduct a large review of information sources. This process of collection and analysis of information was necessary to improve the understanding of the water landscape by looking at water policy, RDI programs, existing societal, scientific, and technological challenges. We have devoted a considerable amount of time for the selection, review of the relevant documents. And this process was used as a way to identify current and emerging RD needs and objectives in a very comprehensive manner. Your strategic agendas, European programs, 3Rs from other JPIs, national agendas, strategic agendas from WSSTP, EIP, and so on, and also up to 48 foresight studies that helped us to see in the long term the emerging needs in foresight scenarios. So we coupled both foresight and needs from the stakeholders and scientific side. In addition to this intense analysis of information sources, we developed participatory approaches. And since the beginning of the project, the involvement of multiple stakeholders and society was supported by our work package. And a strong consultation process was organized. For each document, 3R 1.0 and 3R 2.0, stakeholders' workshops were organized. And two consultative public consultations were also launched online, and it was excellent opportunities to gather views on the identification and prioritization of research needs. It then clearly resulted in an improvement of the document, sharing this document and these RD needs with a lot of people, gathering their minds together. While you can see on this slide an overview of the agenda for the 3R 2.0 process, I would like to highlight the role played by the members of the Water JPI's governance, the governing board, and the advisory boards, who were included in every steps and reinforced the process. Let's jump into the 3R. The Water JPI vision document was our starting point, as it outlined the main research and innovation themes of the Water JPI. And the 3R was developed of this vision document and this vision document structure on 5 themes that had been identified in the vision document: improving ecosystem sustainability and human well-being, developing safe water systems for citizens, promoting competitiveness in the water industry, implementing a water-wise bio-based economy, closing the water cycle gap, improving sustainable water resources management. Following a 3-branch structure, each of these 5 themes was then broken down into a number of sub-themes and a number of RD needs and objectives. It's important to underline that the 3R is not just a compilation of all the needs found in numerous sources. It is a source analysis of their scientific relevance, societal impacts, as each of the 5 themes is built on a sharp and detailed structure that introduced the stakes, developed the expected impacts, and lists all the identified needs that are prioritized. The next 5 slides will give you an insight of the technical content of the 3R 2.0. The 3R covers the full and broad range of RDE activities, from academic research to innovation. For each theme, we look into 5 types of expected impacts: social, economic, technological, environmental, policy. You have seen them in the introductory of the 3R 2.0. And on these slides, you have only a few examples of these expected impacts. Theme 1, improving ecosystem sustainability. The goal of Theme 1 is to maintain the essential functions, processes, and services of water bodies and ecosystems over the long term, and to achieve a balance between the exploitation of water for socio-economic development and conserving ecosystem services. RD needs, for instance, are to optimize ecosystem services, ecological functioning of ecosystems, establishing pressure impact relationships, restoring continuity, connectivity, prevent hydroclimatic events, predict drought events and water scarcity. The goal of Theme 2 is to develop safe water systems, paying attention to the impacts of emerging pollutants, of floods, water infrastructure, because water distribution and storage may be old and their performance far from optimum. And RD needs includes, for instance, remediation of pollutants, predicting risk emerging pollutants, progressing towards flood-proof city, improving the performance of urban water systems. Promoting competitiveness in the water industry, because this sector is an important contributor to economic growth and job creation. Theme 3 supports innovative tools and processes, information and communication technologies, energy efficiency, K technologies, as well as new regulatory frameworks and new education and governance regarding innovation. RD needs include, for instance, developing water reuse, recycling technologies, concepts, smart water technologies, water-energy nexus, and so on. The bioeconomy sector in Europe is expected to increase pressure on natural resources. And the overall goal of Team 4 is to encourage the sustainable use of water resources by the economy sector, including, of course, agriculture, and to safeguard water resources by reducing and limiting pollution. Other needs include, for instance, innovative and efficient irrigation systems, practices, reducing diffuse pollution, assessing impacts of pollution, developing new integrative simulation models for soil, water, and crop management. In many regions, it may be difficult to reconcile water supply and demand, both in terms of quantity and quality, by enabling the sustainable management of water resources. For this, the Team 5 will bring together ecology, social sciences, economics, geosciences, technologies, data, sensors, models. Other needs include, for instance, adaptive water management for global change, integrated economic and social analysis into decision-making processes, promoting new governance and knowledge management approaches for water management. That is for the 5 teams, but it's important to underline that SRIA 2.0 is not only structured on these 5 thematic pillars, but simultaneously takes into consideration cross-cutting issues. As you can see in this slide, a number of elder needs or objectives are obviously linked to others within the SRIA. And it shows how a number of key water-related issues addressed in the document are relevant to all 5 teams of the Water JPI SRIA and even to other challenges. I would like also to salute the efforts made in terms of communication to facilitate the accessibility of the greatest possible number of people to the SRIA, because the SRIA technical document is a bit heavy, 100 of pages, and you have 200 references. That is also an important input of this 3-year work. But indeed, in addition to the release of the technical document, a public-friendly version has been published. This introduction to the SRIA 2.0 is an easy-to-read and shorter, but still comprehensive version of the SRIA to be disseminated across a wide range of readers. And a glossary will also be available online with a definition of terms used in the SRIA. It will be made interactive with this SRIA and accessibility through the Water JPI website. Well, finally, I would not like to finish this presentation without warmly thanking people who have made possible, well, the success of the project and the publication of the SRIA 2.0 in due time. And many special thanks to all partners for their continuous reactivity, feedback, and hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for that. And you can now consign it to something you have done, and you can watch it sail away into the bright blue yonder. It is, of course, an iterative process. The process, I compared it to painting the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, because when you get to the end of the SRIA, you start work immediately on version 4, and indeed some of that initial work is already beginning. So it never ends. And now I'm going to vacate this chair and hand over to Miguel. 15 minutes behind time, which I apologize for, Miguel. It's because these people just wouldn't come back on time from their coffee. That's what I'm blaming. And I leave you to start the round table, and I would invite each of the speakers at the first round table to come and join us here.
Okay, everyone seated and identified. Good morning. My name is Miguel Gilardan from the Spanish Ministry of Economy and Competitiveness. It is my pleasure to moderate this roundtable, where we have a theme which is which priorities for such as RIA. I know you are more familiar with the document, thanks to the presentation by Patrick. And let me introduce you to the participants in this roundtable, starting from right far. Dorkrol, he is director of the Water Supply and Sanitation Technological Platform. He's worked in the last years in policy issues and in promoting interaction between stakeholders, and he's also involved in the Water JPI in some extent, since WSSTP is a member of the Stakeholder Advisory Group. Next, Seppo Rekolainen. He's director of the Freshwater Center at the Finnish Environment Institute. He's also a researcher in the institute with an understanding profile in water research. And he's also familiar with the Water JPI. He's vice chair of the Scientific and Technological Board. Next, Karoli Kovacs. He's president of the European Water Association with a long-term professional experience in the field of water industry, and in various issues related to that. On my left side, close to me, Heather McCann. She is from the French National Institute for Agricultural Research and is also working as a European Affairs Officer at INRA. And he's also coordinating the FACE JPI, which is very closely related to the Water JPI and collaborating in some topics. Next is Roberto Zocchi. He's member of the executive team of EURO, also with large experience in water management, resources, also in economy regulation. And he also has executive experience in research innovation at the Water Research Center. On far on my left side, Antonio Loporto. Antonio is a researcher at the Italian Water Research Institute, and he has expertise in several topics related to water resources and river basin management. And he's also chair of the European Network for Public Freshwater Research Organization. He is also familiar with the Water JPI. He's chair of the Stakeholders Advisory Group of the Water JPI. So our task in this roundtable is to debate about this RIA, possible priorities. You have seen the RIA has a pivotal role in the Water JPI, and that's why we had devoted so important efforts, resources, and time to elaborate the document that you saw in the presentation by Patrick. It's a document where we mainly have ideas. We have research needs. We also have some time frames for addressing these ideas. But in addition to that, we need actions. We need action to address these ideas. And we had also a companion document, very important, which is the implementation plan, another important document in the Water JPI, where we have defined which actions we have to carry out to address the RDI needs. And when the thing comes to actions, is when we realize that we have limited resources, we cannot take care of all their research needs, or at least we cannot take care of them at the same time. And we need to prioritize. And that's when we engage with the topic of this roundtable. How can we prioritize when addressing these RDI needs? I would like to raise a couple of comments, remarks, or questions so that we can start the debate. One of them is that in the elaboration of our RIA, we have identified all the documents with similarities. In some points, we have a common vision. In some points, we have a vision more focused in our vision document. And in what extent this document should give similar or different priorities to the RDI needs that have been identified? Should each organization have different priorities? Should we all identify the most important and focus all of us in them? And in addition to this, these are living documents. So as we elaborate documents, other issues can pop up, maybe emerging issues, new problems, needs we have detected, new advances in knowledge and technology, also new documents such as the Sustainable Development Goals we have been listening about. So are there anything of these new issues missing in our documents? So these are my remarks to start with the debate. Maybe we can start in the same order as in the presentation. So Dirk, please.
Okay, then. So, I'm sorry I can only see part of the room, but I will know and then look at to the other side. So about the questions about how the different research agendas and organizations align. I think we've seen in Panos' presentation already that there are, I would say, outside the Commission, there are three main organizations which I would say set priorities, which are the EIP on water, the JPI water, and WSTP. Each of these organizations have their own founding documents. The EIP water has the strategic implementation plan. The JPI on water has its strategic research agenda, and also WSTP, we have our water vision and also our strategic innovation and research agenda. Now, of course, we are looking at this from different perspectives. The JPI water is primarily, I would say, led from the perspective of public research institutes, national governments. While WSTP, we are, I would say, we are a multi-stakeholder forum. Our members include multinational corporations, research institutes, universities, utilities, the supply chain, so the technology suppliers, and large industrial and agricultural water users. So as a whole, we are industry-led. Yeah? Now, of course, what binds us all together is water, but naturally, if you look at how the organizations are built up, our perspectives will be different. Yeah? And I think that is also, will also be reflected in our different documents. If I look, for example, we're also right now working on a new Water Vision 2030, on a new Strategic Innovation and Research Agenda 2030, and have a look at simply how the chapters in the documents are organized, you can clearly see that are different. I mean, the document is not finished yet, but if I look at our vision, Strategic Research Agenda, the chapters will be more or less the value of water, technologies, green and grey infrastructures, and governance. Yeah, so clearly, and I think there is added value in this combination of approaches. I think we are very complementary, and I think that's good. I think it's also very important that we are in close coordination. So that's very important. I mean, WSTP is an active member of the Stakeholder Advisory Board of the JPI. Also, when we initiated our revision of our Water Vision and Strategic Innovation Research Agenda, of course, we hired a consultant to help us with this, and we immediately said, we don't want you to be that original. There is a lot of information out there. So the strategic, the SIRA of the SRIA of the JPI has also been an important building block for us to take into consideration when we were building our new Strategic Innovation and Research Agenda. Yeah. So I think with that, I quite well answered the first question. Then let me see about the emerging topics or important challenges. I think one of the important challenges is not that much with regard to the specific content of our mutual SIRAs. It's about making water important. Yeah? Because, I mean, time and time again, what we notice is that water is a very ephemeral topic. I mean, today people will say, water is important. If you speak to a politician, if you speak to a decision maker, of course they will recognize the importance of water. Yeah? But as soon as you move away, the water drops again on the agenda. Yeah? This is very different from a topic like energy. Yeah? Energy goes up, remains important. Yeah? Water, it's constantly we have to throw up the ball of water. Yeah? Water is also a very transversal topic, a very fragmented issue, which is also a tremendous challenge to make water important. Yeah? Because, I mean, we've seen this change, well, in Horizon 2020, to give you an example. Yeah? Horizon 2013, 2015, we've seen water as a standalone topic. Yeah? Sometimes justly this was criticized, water transversal topic, so why not mainstream water? In principle, nothing wrong with the concept. The thing is, if you mainstream something and you do not define ownership of the topic, it dissolves. And that's what we've seen in the work program 2016-2017. Yeah? Water became a transversal topic, so it had to be integrated in. Well, to give you a few examples, Societal Challenge 2, which is on energy. Societal Challenge 3, yeah, which is on food. Societal Challenge 5, which is our natural habitat, yeah, but also Societal Challenge 7, which deals with security, yeah. Then in the different parts of industrial leadership and future and emerging technologies. But there is nobody taking charge of these issues, yeah. I'm being reminded that I should not speak too long, so I will close my contribution with this for the moment and add on later. Yeah? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dirk. Seppo, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague Dirk Kroll covered the first question about the role of different initiatives very well, so I do not have very much to add to that. I agree that very much, so my comments goes more to the second question about the content and priorities of the strategic research agenda. I have had an opportunity to participate in some of the consultative meetings and participatory meetings when developing the first version, now the second version of the SRIA, and it has been a nice, good experience, and this process, I'm pretty sure it guarantees that the important issues are there, so it's hard to say that there's anything missing. Maybe the negative point in this kind of a process is that we all researchers, research managers, we see important those issues what we have been doing and concentrating and where we have expertise, including myself, and then we try to keep on studies on these issues. And sometimes we then see as a result in this kind of agencies some issues which have been already studied quite much, and that makes it very, very important actually to make the priorities, so that maybe not paying attention to all issues which are written in SRIA, but try to pick up those which needs more attention, more research, and where there are more open issues and gaps. And put funding on this. So SRIA certainly covers a very, very wide range of water-related issues from technical, environmental, political, societal point of view. And maybe not much is missing there. But when we develop SRIA further on, which I think we anyway have to do because the world is changing so rapidly around us and new issues are popping up. And when developing it further, I think it is maybe a good thing to have a look about the other societal processes and structures what are around us. And I not only mean about the links to food security and energy security, talking about the food, energy, water nexus now, but also beyond that. And I can give you an example from my own country. Some 10, 15 years ago, when the metal prices in world markets were very, very high, and together with some public subsidies, the mining industry started growing very, very much in my country, and some other countries as well, not only in Finland. And new mines were opened, many of them. And this resulted in water quality problems, also water resources problems, because some of the mining industries, they use a lot of water. And we had to pay much more attention to that, and very rapidly, and couldn't clearly give answers to those demands which popped out very rapidly. And now when the market prices of metals are very low, these same mines are closed. The first one bankrupted last week, the second one will be closed most probably this summer. And then we have another problem, what to do with mine tailings. So this is another example, just one example, so you can easily find many other examples which goes beyond water community, which goes beyond the food, energy community. In fact, every single political decision, new legislation, new strategy has an impact on waters, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, sometimes minor impact, sometimes a little bit more major impact. So I think this is something what we have pay more attention to, and this can be also clearly seen when looking at the SDGs, which were presented by FAO this morning, and this present RIA version 2.0 is pretty well covers the SDG 6, which is for the waters. Waters maybe as a maybe not the development aspect as well, but the other aspects very well. But if you look at the other SDGs, for example, SDG 3, which is good health and well-being, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, we can easily understand that water is there as well. And if looking at the sub-themes there, water is very often mentioned, sometimes maybe not mentioned, but it's there anyway. And even in SDGs like is it number 16, which says about peace, justice, and strong institution, there's a clear link to water, not only because we have 2 global water conventions now in force since 2015, so we probably need more research on how effective is the international law to govern waters, especially in transboundary context, because well, most of the global population is situated in transboundary river basins, and that is a very important issue also for research. There's one more aspect what I would like to raise here, is that is the collaboration with countries outside Europe and outside EU. And it's very good to see that now for these recent calls and coming calls, there are more and more countries outside EU coming in. But maybe we could have a look if more emphasis should be put on this issue to get more countries and countries a little bit bringing more emphasis also, and important countries like India and China. Europe cannot close its borders. We have to work together with other continents and other countries and other regions as well. So I will stop here and hand it over to Chair.
Okay, thank you. Karoli, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to start with the statement that this agenda is a very impressive one, and if previously it was a thank you for the collaborators or cooperative parties, I would say congratulations to all of you. On the other hand, my first thought I would dedicate to the question of limited resources. Why are these resources limited? Because the market is some way limited, regulated, heavily regulated, the water market. And there comes the question whether only this, let's say, agenda should be or would be realized, or like a top-down story, or something from the bottom and in the local and on the places at the industry could be realized and done, or where the resources might come from for research and development. And there I would like to draw your attention to some figures, contradicting ones. The UNEP has made a study about the next coming 25 years developing infrastructure, urban infrastructure, including everything, energy, the transportation, telecommunication, gas, electricity, etc., and water. What would you guess the water-related infrastructure is? Which part of all this story? I would not go around, but I tell you, it's for its own more than 50% compared to all the others. All the others together are less than water. And on the other hand, if you look at the statistics, then you can see that the household expenditures are, if you compare all the energy, transportation, telecommunication, and water-related expenditures from a family, then by far the water is the least position in all these expenditures. So basically there is something wrong with the valuation of the story. And I can tell you that it's nice to speak about the rainwater harvesting and reuse of water on Brussels level Commission strategic coordination group meetings. We are talking about how to improve technologies and techniques. In most of the cases, I can tell you there are techniques and technologies. The problem is that until the water cubic meter one does not cost anything, no one will go for reused water, or no one will invest in harvesting rainwater, even not in regions where there is scarcity or partial scarcity of water. So our position and my proposal would be, if coming from the bottom or even prioritizing to pay attention to these social, economical issues, research the real and redefinite the capacity or willingness to pay, and come away from this something like 2% of the family income, because if we look around and if we consider the climate change and all these stories, then the times which are coming will prove that we will have to spend more for water. And then in this case there will be local money for research and development, because even with these programs we need the local participants to enter. And our problem is that in many of even EU countries, even not the operation and maintenance costs are not covered, not speaking about the reinvestment of the existing assets. So if speaking about research and development, please let's research and let's have a look at the affordability issues, the cost recovery. How do we not have, since 16 years, since the Water Framework Directive is existent, how do we not have an indicator for cost recovery? So that would be a nice topic to develop. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Heather, please.
Okay, well, I'd like to start by congratulating the Water JPI on this very, very nice SRIA, which, having done similar work for FATCA JPI, I know is a lot of work. And so I just like to mention, we also have 5 core research themes, which are, I'll mention briefly, because you'll see that the interactions between water and FATCA JPI are very strong. We have sustainable food security under climate change. We have sustainable intensification of agricultural systems, which of course implies water. We have synergies and trade-offs between food supply, biodiversity, and ecosystem services, and then adaptation and mitigation to climate change. So I think that Maurice mentioned a few research areas that would be important to go forward. And among those were, for example, less water consuming plants. So obviously you see that there's a very strong link between what we can do. And I think that to go forward, in fact, the question was, one of the questions was about what the overlaps are with other initiatives. Well, I think it's very important in creating this kind of agenda to take into account the whole perimeter of your research area. So, I mean, but we do have some overlaps. And where I think it's really important is to use those overlaps and to use an expression that we use a lot in joint programming, which is alignment, which is to look, and which is what we've done, and see where those overlaps are and create alignment and synergy. And as you probably are aware, in WaterWorks 2015, we worked very closely, FATCA JPI with the Water JPI, to have a joint call. As a result, we had, I would say, The call is now closed. It was a very, very successful Aranet call. As far as, I mean, in my experience, it's the most successful one I know of. So this was really a very, very fruitful way of going together forward in synergy. And I think when we look at the different, the strategic research agendas between FATCA and water, well, clearly there's a way forward. And given the broad scope of the water JPI, it's not just with FATCA JPI, but as was mentioned earlier, with the climate JPI and with a number of other different initiatives. I think, with the JPIs, that because they have the similar goals and bringing together alignment of public research, there's certainly some. It makes a lot of sense to perform alignment between JPIs. And as I said, this has been a way very successful. And what I'd also like to highlight is in Waterworks 2015, a number of international partners came on board. And that's very, very good for Water JPI and also for FATCA JPI, because it's a way of bringing in, because these are global questions, and we need to bring in the international partners. And I think you're going to discuss international cooperation a little bit more this afternoon. But so I'd like to say that for me, in terms of other initiatives, it's really important to work together and identify where we can be working in synergy. I think that in terms of emerging challenges, I think that the SRA is very complete. I'd like to just reiterate what Dirk said, which is that I think that making water important and really sensitizing people and education about the importance and the value of water, because if we don't do something now, well, we know that we have we have some big problems. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Heather. Your turn, Roberto, please.
Yes, my turn. Thank you very much, Miguel. First of all, I'm pleased that this event has been hosted in my town. So I'm really pleased that you see, how good it is and how magnificent it is. Also the water, I have to say, not just because we are providing this. Anyway, just a little bit of history. You already made my profile, but I'm now here representing Eurodat. It is the manager, the Federation of the Water Manager Association in all the European countries. But my background, 25 years ago, I was the responsible for the Italian subsidiary of WRC, so research activity. In 2000, I made a joint venture with ACEA, and what I'm usually to say is that now I enter into a belly of a manager, so I was able to see this aspect of research, of innovation mostly, from both sides, also because now I'm still in the board of WRC UK, and I'm a director or senior manager of ACEA. So I have this prospection, and I'm really pleased about this program, but I would like just say two things from the side of the water manager. First of all, Dirk, you are absolutely right. The sensibility about the water is important. If you go to our site, to the Euro side, you see that our motto is water matters. And this is one of the most important things that we have to do, to let the people to understand how important is the service of having water in the houses, and mostly to just push a button and everything disappears, and do not pollute the water. And that is important, because it's not easy to let people to understand this. It's not easy to let people to understand how difficult it is to do our job. But just about that, just about research, one important thing to say is that we are absolutely an important player in the research and innovation activity as a water manager. And believe me, just to move water manager into innovation is not easy, because water is one of the most conservative sectors, just because we are monopolists, because we do not have the push to innovation that the free market gives to every company. So we have an important thing to, or better, we must have competitive surrogation. That means that we have the regulation that have to be, for us, the way to be more competitive, to have much more innovation, is try to change things. Because we have to have not a direct market competition, but we have a competition on the basis of some targets that regulation and regulator give us. So that, I believe, is one of the things that I also suggest. I have seen the team of the program of SRIA that are really interesting, and I've seen that it's important, the one in rising the competitiveness of the water sector, and it's important to try to include also the regulation. Regulator made an European association that is called WAREG, that is water regulation. So I advise to have this kind of relationship, because it's important that all the innovation activity would be also recorded and things. And last, I believe that, again, Dirk, but just because it was first, because, you know, I know him since a long time, and he's my friend. And just to say, in Europe, we decided that directly the manager, so the association, referred to the innovation and to research to WSSTP, because, as I said, we are important as recipient. Because in our sector, in the water management, is the supply chain that do the real research, including in the supply chain also the research institute and the other. But it's absolutely important to have managers that are sensible to innovation, because we buy solutions, usually. We are not involved directly in research, but it's absolutely important because we are the one that apply the research, that we feed the ideas and the innovation to be tested and to be applied and developed. We know that water is a local business, but with global implication, because you produce a new valve for my needs, and you can sell the innovation that you have done all over the world. So it's absolutely important, our role in this, and to have these, confined in our sector. That means testing and having, let's say, facilitation to apply the solution that the supply chain will do. I have also a suggestion for a team, but I don't know if you want me to say now or later, because I believe that one of the major points is asset. One of the major points that we have is long-term investment in asset. That, I mean, is actually our things, but I just want you to think about the situation. We all manage assets that have been built one over the other, in a sense that after the Second World War, there was the booming of the population, so a lot of new assets for drinking water and the other, rising the level of services. Then in the 70s and 80s, wastewater, the sensibility for the environment, and we made a lot of assets, sewage treatment, whatever. Now we are rising the standard and new assets. But the problem is that those assets need to be properly maintained. We have to take care of the serviceability of those assets, because otherwise we leave a big problem to our children, for the simple reason that most of those assets has been built on public money, rising the debt of the member states, like Italy. So leaving a big problem to our children. If we do not properly take care of the serviceability of the asset, we have a big problem. Just to number and just split. Italy invests very low. And we are trying now with the new regulation system to rise this investment level. And we are now at about 35, 40 euro per person. Other European, very, let's say, with a very good service, invest 100 to 120, 129, Denmark, euro per person. The value of the asset, if I would like to make from scratch, new, is about 3,000, 6,000 euro per person. So we are investing in global 100 or 150 of the value of the asset that we have to build from scratch. So that is something that I believe is an important issue, and we should invest also in research and activity in developing asset integrity management techniques, something that, give this focus on water and asset. Water matter, but also asset matter, because a service. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad to know about these comments on asset, because one of the topics that was included in the SRIA was research in asset management. So it's good to know that the view of the managers is well reflected in the SRIA. So Antonio, your turn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your introduction, you mentioned the EURAQUA. EURAQUA is the network of the public reference research institutes on freshwater into the EU member states. We are now 25 member states represented into EURAQUA. We look at the water panorama from a peculiar point of view, from the point of view of, from the perspective of public interest. And in this dark age of economic crisis, the attention tends usually to be conveyed to market-oriented and to market-oriented issues to try to improve job creation and economic growth. This is fine, we support it, of course. But this sometimes can lead, and we think that actually it does, to oversee some issues that are not directly or obviously linked to market creation and economic growth. For example, water conservation and river basin management, where industrial interest is somehow lower than expected. EURAQUA really welcomes the SRIA from the Water JPI, the approach into this SRIA, that in our view must complement the approach that is currently present in Horizon 2020. Many of our issues, the issues that EURAQUA consider to be hotspots, relevant issues, are present into the SRIA, and I know that are present into the SRIA of the FACE JPI because we somehow cooperated with both of them. So we are happy with those SRIA. We just want to highlight a couple of issues. First of all, we want to say that EURAQUA is developing our own research agenda, our own perspective on research issues on water, and we will distribute and we will publicly, demonstrate the content. We have all highlighted four big level issues. One is on extreme hydrological events, of course, floods and droughts. And this is somehow linked to an issue that has been mentioned by the previous speaker. That is regarding the aging water infrastructure, which is a big problem that can have negative reflections on drought and even on floods. Second issue is about the combined threats from chemical pollution. That is the issue of the emerging pollutants. Nothing to say about that. We are happy with the content of the SRIA. We want to raise an issue regarding the third subject that we highlighted, ecosystem enhancing services application in application of nature-based solutions. It does not be said, if I am not wrong today, that Europe is going to fail probably in the implementation of some water-related directives. For example, the Water Framework Directive. It is a matter of fact that very few rivers have reached the good ecological status, which is the main subject of the Water Framework Directive. There are many reasons for that. First of all, the large access to the issue of the large access to the declaration of exceptions for heavily modified rivers that currently are very unknown how to be handled. There is the provision to be named as heavily modified rivers, but nobody knows what to do after that. And there is also some other issues that I'm been saying many times. We know we have tools and knowledge to make the rivers reach the good hydrological status, the good chemical status, but we have no clue how to go from this good hydrological and chemical status to a good ecological status. Still, there is research to be done in this issue. A lot of effort has been done in this way, but still some research must be done, and this must be present, in our view, into the Water Framework Directive revision that is meant to happen within 2019. Also, we would like to point out that some specific attention must be devoted to special kind of rivers that are high energy rivers, small rivers, but with high energy. I'm speaking about rivers in Italy, Greece, Balkans, in some part of Spain and France, maybe, where there is almost no floodplain, and where the energy is very high, so it is very difficult to handle those rivers in which they pass from very high flow to zero flow in a few days, and where the length of the zero flow days is very elongated during the year, and climate change can worsen it. Also, the last of the 4 points that we raised is basin-wide management issue. We know how to. There is some knowledge about how management practices provided that must be planned into the program of measures. We know how they are. Their functioning, and we know also about their efficiency, but we do not know what happens at the basin scale from the complex patchwork of management practices placed now and then there into the basin. We have to develop knowledge and tools to be able to design better program of measures. And to conclude, I want to stress another, let's say, organizational issue. Water JPI, not only Water JPI, all the JPIs mostly relate on aeronets. And this is a very good tools because since they are based on variable geometry, it allows countries to be involved according to their willingness, to their interest in the specific topic of that aeronet. But to be efficient, these tools, the aeronets, it is needed that member states, founding countries, devolve a sufficient, a minimum level of funding. Sometimes the contribution from member states is so low, so ridiculous sometimes, that it is not enough to support efficient and serious research projects. With very few, sometimes tens of thousands of euros, you cannot do a research project, an efficient research project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonio. So we have in the table different opinions, different views from different sectors, the research opinion, the managers, the companies, the market. So any replies?
I would add something. It was mentioned that many things in this questionnaire are public. And it was also a word about public procurement. Public procurement for research and development is something special. But what I mean is, as we have in the new EU legislation, the life cycle costing and the evaluation of public procurements based on life cycle costing, I would suggest that when doing research and development, then all researchers should focus on, if it's about some sort of solutions, that these solutions might have possibly the lowest life cycle costs. So that's something I wanted to add.
please. Dirk, please.
Yeah, well, perhaps building a bit on my earlier statement, I think, for example, looking at the short term, where I think we all want to make sure that water is well represented in the future work program of Horizon 2020. It is really important that we build a strong case for water. Yeah? And I really look forward to working together with the JPI Water to ensure that water will be well represented. But I am also looking to each one of you, which are in connection with your national member states, yeah, to make sure that from your perspective, water is pushed strongly in a holistic way. Yeah? Not only directly, but for example, there is now the circular economy, which is discussed by the Council. Yeah? It is very important that we get water in there, because making water visible there has a reflection on how water is perceived in general, and then will trickle down again to Horizon 2020. I have very good news. Today the Council working groups are discussing the last draft, and water is in there right now. So I think that is very good news. But in general, I think too much we're focusing, as a water sector, we're focusing too much on our direct interest, while we should also take the larger picture in perspective, because only by doing that we can make sure that water gets a stronger position in general, which will then trickle down to serve our direct interests. Yeah?
Thanks, Dor. That's good news. And that's the result of lobbying groups trying to push water issues. And
amongst others.
Like us. And I would like to comment something on that, to raise an additional question. And most of the documents we have, most of the programs are programs that are reached through consultation, and in this consultation, some lobbies are involved. Not only lobbies from the industry, the market, but also from research that lobby around the topic. So do you think that the priorities can be set in a fair way? Can we get rid of excessive lobbying exercises when setting priorities?
Sorry, I just take the floor for the simple reason that, as you have understood, Euro is a lobbying organization. Especially in Italy, lobby is not a good word. You know, when you think about lobby...
Because we have no regulation. We have no regulation.
You're right. You're right. Right. The real term and the pure term, the right term of a lobbyist is, or a lobby, is a person that provides proper information. So, lobbyist and the lobby should be some sort of, I don't say education, but at least information activity that allow policymakers to widen the view that they have with the, let's say, understanding and things of the people that are involved indirectly in the business.
Very smart definition.
Yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right. Every one of us have the mind of the lobbyist of Thank You for Smoking movie. I don't know if you have seen it. If you don't have seen, please have a look to the Thank You for Smoking, because you know, it's absolutely you know, a character of the lobbyist that is important. But I believe that we have to just evaluate, or let's say, try to have this smart definition of a lobbyist, in a sense that lobby have to be something done, you know, in a clear way, something that has to be done in a proper, transparent way, that should have a benefit. Because, as I told you, the real meaning of a lobbyist, in my view, but not in my view, in everyone you that do this job, is just to provide proper information and a view of the problem from the perspective of people that have some experience.
Any replies to this question? So can we open the debate to the audience? There's a microphone there.
There is one at the back, please. Leonardo.
Thank you very much. Bernardo Piccini, TFB Be Water Project, which is reorganizing also stakeholder event in a funding agency with the JPI. I like the concept of the impact of urban, was mentioned from AWA, in particular the concept of the social implication. the European Commission also mentioned today where we are now in terms of crisis, in terms of refugees issues, which is also important. I would like to also draw attention that Network H2O, which is the network of cities and regions, we have two community groups. One is related to global cities and society. So we are very focusing to see the engagement of the city of the street. Secondly, we have another group in international cooperation related to water refugees. And I would like to put attention about this because if we are talking about what Durke said, JPI is also focusing to public funding. We need to also focus into the public awareness. This is a very, very important point.
Any more opinions in the room? Okay, we are still in a schedule for maybe some. Oh, there's another here. Mats, please.
Mats Svensson from Sweden, the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management. 2011, we got a request from Denmark. They wanted to buy water from Sweden. The Swedish government didn't know how to answer that kind of request. And I mean, we are seeing ourselves as being water-rich countries still, even though we have some drought situations also in Sweden and so on. But I think also that this thing with an internal water market for Europe, that is a challenge that we should actually take on board from a water JPI perspective then also. I would like to hear your opinion about that kind of issue as well then also, because it's not the last thing. Norway, for example, they have a saying, when the oil is finished, we will sell water, for example. So what will happen here with the internal European water market then also? That's my question.
If I can say something. Oh, sorry. If I have no answer for you, but I want to say that you are not alone. Italy is going most likely to buy water. Okay. You are not alone. Italy is going to buy water from Albany probably in the next future. So it is a very big problem. I understand your point, your question, but I don't.
Dirk?
I think one of the main problems is, as you indicate, I mean, there is no market for water in Europe. Yeah? And that is also because, I mean, water is a very complicated topic. If you simply see it to use, yeah, you have water being used for domestic purposes, for industrial purposes, for agricultural purposes, for environmental purposes. Now, as soon as you start talking business and water, in a domestic context, you end up in a very sensitive debate. Yeah? And that's a debate you should avoid because it is a debate which will lead you nowhere. Yeah? So somehow, I think we have to find a way around that issue because you end up in a very politicized ambition. You end up in a debate on how water is managed, public, private. But public is not public and private is not private because if you look at management, there are very different public ways of management, very different ways of private management. So it's a very complicated issue.
So, more replies. One from Roberto, please.
Not only this, because as you said, this is an issue. There are other strange, what you say about Italy and Albania, or just to tell you that in Austria there is a public company that do investment, have made a big, main trunk, and offer the water to the municipalities, saying that if you want my water, you have to buy this because I've done my investment. I would say one thing. I believe that we have to follow the same concept that we have in the Italian legislation, in my view. You know that we had a big debate about a referendum in 2011 that was just try to have a public management of the water. And there was, a misunderstanding in my view, and the fact is that now we have just to have a big definition between ownership and service. And our legislation said that the water is public, and so there is no any local authority that owns the water, because the water is public in all the Italian territory, but the service is different. So the service is something that someone have to arrange, manage, and pay. So if I don't know if we will be easy in Europe to have something like that, but if we have the possibility to have this concept enlarged at European basin level, saying that, water is for the European citizen, but that, as Duke was saying, means to have also some sort of political impact, not easy to manage. But in my view, the debate, as I told you, is not public, private, or whatever, because that management has to be efficient, that's it. And someone has to check that it's efficient, that that be either the regulator or where in the northern country in which they have the full cost recovery, they have benchmarking or other things that show that they are efficient. But that, I believe, that could be an answer. It's quite far away anyway.
So we have time for two more quick replies. First, Caroline, then Seppo.
Yeah, one information. There are European countries selling or providing water, even drinking water, to each other, and also exchanging wastewater. So some municipalities on the borders are giving, let's say, or transporting water and wastewater. So it's absolutely something what works, and there is no objection about it. But I would like to add one topic based on your example. What sort of water would it be? Just drinking water for drinking purposes, and there is some sort of market for bottled water, which I would like to stress to involve also into the water demand researches, because there is a development which is showing that people are losing the faith into tap water as drinking water, are going over to bottled water, and in even Eastern European countries, we are starting to spend more for bottled water, so all over the society, than what we spend for, because of political and regulatory reasons, whatever reasons, for the total water service provided by utilities, which is crazy because we are using there 100 times more water than what we drink. So it's not a sort of competition, it's just a message how to communicate values and impacts if we do not consider these issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Well, Caroline already raised up the point what I wanted to say, that we have already a good market for bottled water in Europe and all around the world. And then that's there, and there's a proper price for water, for drinking water in that way. But bringing a huge amounts of water from the water-rich north to the south for agricultural purposes is a much more bigger thing, and there's no clear market for that. Building a market, then we could have a price for water, a proper price for water finally. But as Dirk said, it's at least as much political question as the oil market. So there are certainly a lot of restrictions and bottlenecks, and I think that we should do all what we can do to increase the water use efficiency before trying to develop the water markets for example, for irrigation.
Well, we are reaching the final part of the session. Let me revise some of the ideas that came up. We have an added value in having complementary documents addressing the needs in terms of research, development, innovation. We should give priority to water as a whole. It's now very fragmented, but the first effort should be in water as a whole to make it important for society, for policymakers. We can also give some priority to holistic approach in those cases where boundary areas can benefit from the research. An example was in food production and water efficiency. The limited resources are a consequence of, let's say, low investment from public administrations. And also because there is a limited market, also a regulated market, and that's an issue for private investment. And we need to make managers sensitive to innovation, so raising important research issues for them, such as asset management, maybe to also societal challenges, societal issues such as the trend in bottled water markets. And lobby is a desirable activity to bring information to policy makers, but provided that it is made in a clear and transparent way. Okay. Any other point that you would like to remark very sharp as a bullet point? Okay, if not, I would like to thank all the participants in the round table for your nice... okay. And after the... sorry, Patrick. Now we have time for lunch, and we also will have during lunch we'll have a poster session where it will be a good place to meet and debate about around the poster and the projects that they are running now.
Thank you. Hello. It is my pleasure to be here with you today and to share some of our first implementation actions at the Water JPI. There are many partners of the initiative that we have been working together for quite a number of years, friends, colleagues. But also my talk is very much oriented to the Water JPI scientific and the stakeholder community that are participating also in this conference. I want to show you some of the figures related to the implementation, especially joint calls for transnational projects, and probably some of the figures could be very interesting for them, I hope. Although the JPI is not a funding instrument, the organization and the launching of joint calls is one of the key issues for the development of the strategic research and innovation agenda that has been presented and that you already have heard about it, or there is a very good document among the papers you have got today. So from the beginning in the implementation plan to develop this SRIA, Water JPA consider the opportunity to launch joint calls for transnational collaborative projects based on common principles among all the countries and funding organizations participating in the call. Those are focused on research need and R&D priorities identified by the SRIA. All of them has been developed under the Water JPI implementation plan. It is based on a variable geometry and flexibility of research funding organizations, not only JPI members, as you will have the opportunity to see. We have counted with many other funding organizations that are not part of the JPI. We are based on common international evaluation and based on national funding. So the funding for this call is basically coming from the national programs of the countries participated in the call. But also we have some contribution of the Commission due to our participation in the SERANET fund projects. And then we do also a joint follow-up and impact assessment on the project and on the calls. Here you have a summary of the joint call that has been launched until now. We have launched 3 in the, since 2013 to 16. The one was the pilot call. The second one that was only based on national funding. 2015 and 2016, there are 2 ERA NETCO funds that we call it like that because it's the way in which the project was named at the beginning. You have here the timeline of the Water JPI supporting projects and joint calls. So these are, for the moment, the 3 running project of the Water JPI. The first was a CSA called Water that you have heard about it today. Under this project, it was launched the first, we call it pilot call, that was on emerging pollutants. I will give you some information about more information regarding this call. The second one was launched in 2014, and it was oriented to research innovation and innovation for developing technological solutions and services. It's what we call Water Wars 2014. Actually, the kickoff of this project was taking place yesterday, as some of the researchers and coordinators for the projects are here with us today. And recently, in 2016, it has been launched Waterworks 2015, oriented to water in agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture. As you have also heard in some of the presentation, there are 2 other additional projects on our pipeline. This is another CSA that is now under evaluation, and a second era NETCO fund that is proposed for the next period of the H2020 work program. We have tried to cover some of the needs, research needs, and themes identified in this RIA. As you have listened before, the 5 different pillars of the RIA, and we have shown here how the different calls that we have launched address different research needs in this common RIA. The pilot call was oriented to the identification and prevention on emerging freshwater contaminants, also to the control, mitigation, and methods for treatment and removal of pollutants, and also the impact on ecosystem services and human health. That was a pilot call with 8 million euros for the project to be funded, only national funds. The NETCO fund Water Wars 2014, as you can see here, was more related to water treatment, reuse, recycling, desalinization, resources management, and also to mitigate impact extreme events that floods and droughts at catchment scale. That was, has been a call with a total budget of 14 million, together National Fund plus ECO fund. And the one that is now under evaluation is Water Wars 2014, as you can see, more oriented to water and agriculture. This call, as you will listen soon, is a joint initiative between Water JPI and FACE JPI. That has been also a very important collaboration. It's been a very important collaboration between our 2 JPIs. And that has an estimated budget of 25 million. So altogether, that means that Water JPI has been able to mobilize among the national programs plus the European Commission an amount of 47 million in 3 years. So I think that this is and then you will see also the mobilization of researchers, stakeholders, and projects that has been participated in this call. So this is not the main activity of the JPI, but we can consider that has been an important activity of the Water JPI. The first call, it was funded by 10 countries that are named there. It was just a preliminary call to put in place all the instruments that we had to adequate. You can imagine that each country have different procedures, most of them based on the common principles, but there are different requirements. So that was the exercise to do the fine-tuning of all the national instruments to be able to run a joint call. 105 proposals were received, 7 projects funded with a total amount of 8 million euro. The second one already had 15 countries. We counted many of the partners, some associated, as some non-partners of the JPI, plus the ECO fund. And we have also an international partner, that was South Africa, joining us in this call. That was already a 2-step procedure, but seems that is a quite adequate procedure for our calls. We received 118 pre-proposals, 15 projects were funded, and 14 million euros allocated to this call. And the one that is now under evaluation, as I told you, is counting with 22 countries, including other international collaborations that we have started at the JPI, like Canada, Egypt, South Africa, Taiwan, and Tunisia. It's also a two-step procedure. It's a joint initiative between JPI and FACE, so we have able to recruit some agencies that were participating more on the field of agriculture with FACE, and now they have joined our call. 200 proposals and an estimated budget of 25.5 million euros. Just to give you an idea about the distribution and the participation countries in the different calls, this is the image of the first pilot call, the distribution of proposals and coordinators among the participating countries of the 102 proposals. This is the distribution of proposals among participating countries in Water Wars 2014. Obviously, many more countries participated on it, including South Africa, as you can see. And the present one, with 22 countries, so the distribution is, the mobilization of researchers is even larger, with a double number of proposals, and all the international collaboration countries participating in this one. This is the full map of participating countries in the three calls, with different intensity of those that have participated in the three of them, of only in one or two. So we cover most of the countries, not all of them, but most of the JPA members, plus other associated, in total 22, as you have in the figure. Just to have a view to the funded projects, the distribution of the funded projects among the participating countries, we have been able to get participation of research organizations for most of the projects of the countries funding the call. That is an important value for our initiative, and that is the case in the pilot call. It was the case also in the Water Wars 2014. Obviously, the effort is different because the number of proposals presented were very different, but most of the countries allocated national fund for this call are participating in the funded projects. You can see also the even small countries with a quite few number of proposals. They were participating in consortia. The size of the consortia is around between 3 and 8, let's say. Normally the average could be 5 partners per proposal, with a final total budget close to 1.5 million. This is the figure just to give you an idea of the evolution of our figures and dates. This is the evolution of the number of countries in the three calls that have been launched. The evolution of proposals presented to the call in this, from the pilot to the Water Wars 2015. This is the number of projects funded in the first two, an estimation, a possible estimation for the 2015. And you have here also the increase of national and EC budget to the calls. So we are quite satisfied by the evolution of these figures. We know that beyond these statistics there are also other achievements that I want to comment very briefly. These calls over these years has permitted to implement many areas of our strategic agenda, and we are planning to be also very selective and focus the effort on some of the priorities and needs of this area coming to contribute to the social challenges in Europe and beyond. The research funding organizations have increased significantly their national funding to join call. We have also obtained, as you have seen, a significant support by the European Commission to implement our SRIA, but also to implement some areas of interest for the Societal Challenge 5 work program. Also, we have got, I would say that enormous number of submitted proposals for the budget available. So that means that the mobilization of researchers of the different countries in these calls has been important. It seems that the format, the consortium side and the budget seems to be adequate for transnational cooperation. We have the requisite of 5 different countries per consortia, but as I told you, the average is around 4 or 5 countries per consortia. Some countries and agencies have grounds for improvement, the participation in the joint calls, but most of the research funding organization, as I told you before, has been presented in funded projects. The cooperation, we want to highlight the cooperation with FACE in 2014. That is the first, as far as we know, inter-JPI cooperation, and is a path for future cooperation in different needs to gain synergy and to complement approaches to societal challenge, to explore more thematic synergies and coincidence in the SRIA, and that probably could be also extended to them JPIs close in scope to water JPI, as it could be also climate or urban Europe or some other JPIs, as antimicrobial resistance is another JPI that could have some research needs and priority in common with us. Coming back to the international cooperation, that is our other of our objectives for the JPI, we can consider a net increment in the number of countries. Water JPI is now under a strategy that will be explained later on to develop a strategic direction to cooperate with countries and funding organizations to create more synergies for the development of our SRIA. But also for the funding organization, it has been also, the calls has been also a source of good practices, a source of mutual learning projects. This fine-tuning of procedures have represented to agree on all the process from evaluation to the follow-up of the project. Still we have some way to do regarding the national requirements that are established in the call. This is has been identified as a need that we have to get closer in the national requirement to facilitate the national management, because I have to remind you that the funding of the project is done at national level. So the money comes from the governments. So the final funding of the project is made at national level. So there are also some requirements that we have to approach and to get more homogeneous in the different countries. These are also elements on the ground for the intensification of alignment of different funding organizations. This will be on activities, on procedure, not only in a common agenda, but also in the way we develop and implement activities and funding procedures. And also to tackle societal challenge in a topic of growing interest. So these are the figures. I don't want to end my presentation without thanking all the partners that has been, as you know, that have a very strong effort on managing the call. We have had several call secretariats that you have been probably contacted with them. We have also partnered involved in the follow-up of the project. We have many representatives of the call steering committee that we have had long session of work and discussion to develop this these protocols for common understanding on the procedures. I want to thank all of them and also the funding organization and the Commission that have been able to meet these results for the moment. I just wanted to don't forget that the launching of coal is not the end of our way. Now we are proposing also alignment of ongoing projects. I mean, we want to create a networking among all the projects funded in the Water JPI. We believe that can be creating synergies and bridging gaps during the execution of the project. Yesterday we have one of these kick-off alignment of ongoing projects. The alignment we also organize with relevant H2020 projects, and we hope that it will contribute to the valorization of R&D results, to identify the contribution to the social challenges, and also to the contribution to implement the European policies. So we want to create a network of ongoing projects funded by the JPI, but also other related relevant projects, and to be able to go all the way to valorate and to analyze the contribution to the European social challenges. That is all for my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rosa. And thank you for the figures. It may be new to some people. We now move to the second roundtable workshop. As in the first one, I will hand the chair over to Laura Raska from Finland, and she will invite the six speakers, I think, to come and sit at the top table.
Okay, we are ready. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Laura Raska, and I'm coming from Academy of Finland, and I'm also the member of the governing board, the Water JPI governing board. And I was, or the Academy of Finland was very much involved with the pilot call process. So this is really a very great pleasure for me to be able to moderate this roundtable discussion, or this panel discussion. So to start with, by introducing our very experienced panelists that represent very different and wide approach to water domain. Maybe we will start from the right side. Margit, could you start by introducing yourself?
Okay, my name is Margit Noll. I'm not a water expert. I'm chair of the JPI Urban Europe, so I'm trying to link your water expertise and your research agenda to our urban research agenda. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Please, Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Ring-Pfeiffer. I'm the Managing Director of the Global Water Research Coalition. And I will introduce myself a little bit more when I go through my few minutes.
Hello, my name is Helmut Löwe from the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, Deputy Director of the Division Resources and Sustainability, and I always introduce myself of being the Aquarius of our ministry.
And you are also the member of the governing board of Water JPI. So please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Panos Balabanis, so I'm the deputy head of the Eco-Innovation Unit in the European Commission, Directorate General for Research and Innovation. And I have been following also the developments of the GPI, but more generally also I follow the strategic preparation of water programs and more relevant, environmental programs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Don Pearson. I'm a researcher at Uppsala University, and I've just received I'm leading a consortium of a JPI project that's just starting now, Prognos. I'm really more of a scientist and a researcher, but I have, for the last about 11 years before I came back to Sweden, also worked as the chief of water quality modeling for New York City water supply as well. So I know a little bit about that side of the picture as well.
Dionisio, please.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for inviting me to the organizers. My name is Dionisio Pérez, and I'm a researcher here in Italy. I'm based in Venice in the Fondazione Enrico Mattei and the Euro-Mediterranean Center on Climate Change. I'm Spanish, so previously I have been working for 7 years in Spain. My research is mostly focused on issues related to water scarcity and drought.
Thank you, everybody. Before we start this panel discussion, I would like to say a few words about the implementation. As we have heard today, the SRIA 2.0 has been developed and completed, and it has been a huge effort both from the researchers but also other stakeholders. And we have been really very successful in this activity. But as you know, all the strategies, if they are staying only on paper and they are not implemented, they are halfway in a way. So I think it's really very important in this respect to turn SRIA to real actions. It is really important that we implement it efficiently, proactively, having cooperation for worldwide. It is important that these implementation activities result in high impact at all levels, national level, regional level, EU-wide level, and even on global level. So I think that now when the SRIA 2.0 has been developed and completed, and the next step will be the planning of the implementation of this strategy, this discussion will be really important for the next steps in Water JPI. And I also hope that you in the audience think about questions and comments while panelists are giving their statements, and I hope that this session can be proactive or interactive. So, in a way, I have two groups of questions, and we will start from the first one, which is which resources and actions are needed for implementing the SRIA 2.0, and what would be the time frame or the optimum time frame for implementing this challenging RD agenda, and what kind of instruments to be used. Rosa nicely presented us one of the instruments, the joint calls, and there we have been really very successful. But probably we need also other kind of instruments in the future. So this is my first question, and I think that we could start from the researcher side and go then to the global or even greater side. Okay. So please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as I said, I'm a researcher, so we tend to be critical, also constructive sometimes. I will start then by a disclaimer. I think that the work that is done here is extremely valuable for us, for the researcher community. I also think that what I also think that what I have witnessed thus far is very representative of what we are doing now in the research community and in what is being pushed forward by other research initiatives, funding initiatives, such as Horizon 2020 for obvious reasons. And therefore, I have also to say that there are some weaknesses that are shared by both of them. I say this because in research, and it's also our fault because we are conducting research in the end, we tend to focus lately very much on technical solutions. We have developed technical solutions to a very large extent. We are able of developing, we have come across models that are able to develop, to study and to assess abatement costs with a very high detail at a microeconomic level, macroeconomic level, taking into account environmental issues, societal issues as well. They are increasingly comprehensive and complicated. The problem is that I feel that there's still a gap between the scientific discourse and what policymakers are doing in reality. Many researchers tend to think that this happens as a result of a lack of political will. They say that politicians lack the will to implement the reforms that they are suggesting. I tend to be more critical with our profession, and I think that there's some research gap that we have failed to address. I'm happy because while reading the SRIA, I have realized that some of these research gaps that I think that exist are identified there. So I think that during the last years in the Water JPI, also Horizon 2020, other research programs, we have tried to come up with solutions with technical solutions that increase water supply, that make ourselves more resilient against floods, but they failed to see what's the big elephant in the room. But basically is that if we continue increasing supply, we will continue increasing demand. We continue increasing flood protection. We will continue to build houses in the floodplain, for example. So I think that in order to address that, we have some instruments that are available already. We have increased our knowledge and our expertise on these instruments. Water markets, for example, they do exist in Europe. They have been developed in Spain. We have some cases there which can be useful and can be exported to other areas. Much research has been going on water markets, but also on water charges. We can more or less predict what will happen if we introduce a charge or a market. At least in some areas in which this has been a critical topic for research during the last years. The problem is that in some cases, for obvious reasons, they are not implemented. And I think that in the SRIA mentioned, this is all to a series of barriers that continue to exist and continue to prevent the implementation of some instruments that we already know in research. I won't say very well, but we know, and we know what to expect. The treatment has been advanced to a very large extent, and we are in a position in which we can start to introduce them. But this requires some other type of research that we are in position to address right now as well, which is related to things like institutional barriers, institutional economics, institutional research, transaction costs, and so on and so forth. And the main message I wanted to convey, and with this I will finish, is that if we manage to, in some of these of the Water JPI calls, to not to focus only, of course, but to have like to give more relevance to this type of research, to build the gap, to bridge the gap between what has been already done, what's in the corridor, for example. I mean, a lot of research, of technical research, and the policies that are actually implemented. We may come up with many solutions that already exist. We may start to implement many solutions that already exist, and we may reduce the time frame in which we could address the challenges that are present in the sphere. Thank you.
Thank you, Dionys.
Hi. So I want to discuss not so much the implementation of these tools and management things, but a little bit as a researcher developing or running a project, some of the issues that concern me about actually building some of the tools and processes that we need to do. And I want to start by focusing on sort of our mantra, which is up here, and it says, water challenges for a changing world. And I really want to focus on the changing world and how that relates to management. Because basically what I think a lot of what the JPI projects are doing that I know of are trying to develop tools to improve water management in a changing world. But when you think about what these tools are, they're often models or some sort of, and in models are usually embedded empirical relationships, and those empirical relationships are based on the world today, or the world as it was, not as it is changing. So the key point I want to make here is that even though we're developing these tools, and we should develop these tools, but at the same time we have to always be aware that they're changing, they need to be monitored, they need to be checked, and the time frame is that it never ends, in my mind. We always have to be thinking that we have to be reevaluating our tools to try to improve them because of this changing world that we live in. So that was the first point I wanted to make. Let me see what else I have here. Also related to the changing world, there was a lot of talk yesterday about the importance of extreme events. And I would also argue that even less extreme, but sort of short-lived events or episodic events are also extremely important in shaping water quality. And it's only as we measure more and more frequently and more continually that we're able to appreciate the importance of episodic events. Think that in shaping water quality and water processes. And the drivers of those events are also changing with the changing climate. And I think that really is important that we think that a priority is to continually develop and improve our measurement capabilities and monitoring capabilities of these extreme events, or episodic events also. The third thing I wanted to talk about was that the world is really complex when we start thinking not only of water quantity, but water quality, especially in relation to climate change. So, and I'm just going to do, like I always like to tell people that when you build a model, the first thing you do is mental modeling, not anything else. And so if we think about things like changes in air temperature, and that's something we clearly know is going to occur now. If you think what that does, and I think about water systems, I mean, I wrote a few things down yesterday when I was thinking about this. It does things like it changes the timing of stream flow and stream runoff, nutrient inputs to lakes and reservoirs. It affects soil freezing, which changes runoff between surface and subsurface pathways. It changes nutrient loss, changes the rate of evapotranspiration in the watersheds, evaporation from the reservoirs and lakes, changes the rates of soil organic matter decomposition. It changes the antecedent wetness conditions in the watersheds, which affect runoff processes. It changes the partitioning between surface and subsurface runoff. It changes the duration and the strength and the timing of thermal stratification in the lakes and reservoirs, which in turn affect nutrient availability, light availability to the organisms in the reservoirs. And that affects things like the duration of algal blooms and also the relative importance of factors decomposing and changing the composition of dissolved organic material in lakes and reservoirs. And both of those things are important for drinking water components. The reason I listed all these things is just to say how complicated this is. And that's not to say that we shouldn't try to develop tools that are important to make these predictions in regards to water quality. But we should also remember that it is a really complicated issue, and there is a real need for basic research on all these processes, because the tools will never be better than the understanding of the processes that we put into them. So I would say that certainly maybe the JPI isn't the only place or a major funder of basic research, but I think there is a place for basic research in the JPI, and I think we should keep that in mind. And I have one more thing. This is a little bit more practical, I guess, But as a developer of a recent project, I was surprised a little bit, I guess, that it was really difficult to get water utilities to participate in the project. And one of the reasons for that, I think, is even though it's just a political, it's not really an economic thing, but it's a political thing, that water utilities are stressed financially. They've been told to cut back. They don't have the staff. And it's really hard to bring on people. You know, I was hoping when we started this that we could get water utilities to make a 50% contribution to the costs of things. And I gave up on that pretty quickly. And I realized just getting people to contribute their time was a major sell. So I think that's something also that we should be considering here, is maybe there's a need either to push governments to provide more funding so water utilities can participate more freely in these projects, because clearly they would like to. They just aren't able to. Or else that we should be providing that directly in some way. So those were the things I would like to say.
Thank you very much, Don. And then, Panos, representing the European Commission, it's really interesting to hear your comment on what kind of resources and actions are really needed to implement this SRIA 2.1.
Yes, thank you. I would like also to put some personal comments on this issue, but perhaps also to have a more constructive discussion, to react also to some of the issues also raised before, in order to open also the discussion. With regards, I think, the implementation, I think from our point is clear. We need also to really also find a way structuring also this cooperation. This is, again, this was repeatedly said, European funding represents a very small percentage of the national funding. So even more than 10%, you know, of the overall EU spending, for instance, in the water. So the question is how to mobilize also all the other additional resources. And in mobilizing this is then how to better also build also the complementarities and not, you know, making things to repeat. And this is something which is perhaps linked also with some comments about, you know, the science, the policy, that, you know, the policy people are not hearing, and it's difficult perhaps to communicate. I think that if we are in a position also to, as a scientist, also to show also these complementarities, I think this is perhaps is better also to convince the politicians that there is something, a cumulative knowledge which is coming, you know, all together, that it is not only individual, you know, egoism, I would say, just to have money for a particular research area, because we have to open, we have to be clear how things are also done, and how budgets also are allocated at the regional, national. There is no always a rationale behind. There are also different other parameters. But I think if we, as a scientist, together, to show that there is a kind of combination and way, you know, to come better, and to avoid also the duplications and also and strengthen more the complementarity, I think will be very important. Another issue, I think, which is very relevant also for the implementation, I think, is the fact that we have also at a certain point to really make a real assessment. Very often we have, you know, activities under Horizon, we have activities under the member states, we have activities under the JPI. How to better, you know, create a way that, you know, at a certain point we are in a position to say a kind of a state of the art. I take the example of the IPCC, and I will plead for that. Are we in a position, as a, for instance, a water community, to make something similar like the IPCC is doing? So in a certain period of time, coming all together and consolidating also the current knowledge, saying what do we know with the confidence, we say what is not known, and then also identify areas which also will require also more attention, because I think and then of course we can also come also together with the policy needs. Another also issue that I would like also to show, because I think this is very important, I think this all the research that we are doing is, of course, we will need to increase our knowledge. I think this is evident. There is no final end. Knowledge always will be needed. But do we need also, do we have also particular attention to translating this knowledge in some words which can be easily also understood also by the policymakers? And I think this is not an easy task. Some scientists, they have also these capacities and they can do it, but we have to be honest. Some scientists even are not interested on that. They are just looking on more the depth knowledge, and I think this is something that we have also to look. And as you mentioned also, I think this changing world, and I think this is really is very, very important. I think we should also stop looking, the water only from the water point of view. I think we have to broaden our attention. We have also to look also water as a factor, for instance, of economic development. And in this context, I think this will be more better to give also more high relevance and also acknowledgement that the research which we are doing, instead, in addition of increasing also the knowledge, can also have also practical implication. And this is perhaps the way that then to help also the stakeholders, like you mentioned, utilities, also to be more aware on this. As I said, this is in my presentation early morning. This is an area which is we know that is fragmented, and there is a kind of a big risk aversion. So utilities have a completely different economic model, and they are not. That's why they are not interesting. So this is up to us to try also to see this interplay, of these different also public-private policies also, and trying also to work together. And I give an example. I was recently in a conference organized by Financial Times on water, where there were plenty of industries, in particular also industries working on food, on companies, beverage and all this type of thing. And I was astonished to understand there that these also companies are not anymore dealing with, for instance, wastewater treatment. They prefer, for instance, to go and with farmers and to go up front to the valley also and try to build, on best agricultural management practices and strategies to reduce also the pollution, to avoid also the cost of the pollution. I was astonishing that this is something that companies also are doing. So this is a way that we need also to try also to come more closer together. So I stop.
Thank you. Thank you, Panos. And then Mr. Helmut Löwe. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Laura. So just to come to the remark of Dionisio. So I've also been a researcher, but this is more than 25 years ago. But nevertheless, I'm still critical. So also as a program owner, you have to be critical because you spend your taxpayers' money, and this has to be viewed critical. So I'm aware of the question, Laura. Don't get nervous. I will answer it after the statement. No, just joking. But you allow me some preliminary remarks, please, because I think something which should be reminded on here in these discussions is that we spend a lot of money for the research on biodiversity, just to keep the variety of plants and animals around the globe. And we should keep in mind that there is a biodiversity of our water systems within Europe, within the different member states. So we are not supposed to homogenize everything, and I will come back to this in the end. And I may give you some numbers for Germany, just that you get an impression to your own country how different the situations even around Europe are. So just some numbers on water use. So of our total amount of water use, we spend about 15%, 15% for the private households, and we spend 85% on our industry water use. And of this 85%, it's 2/3 for the cooling of our power plants. And water use in agriculture is not at all a topic in Germany. It's not even counted in the statistics because it's less than 0 point something percentage. So just if you always see these slides, 70% agricultural water use around the world, I think it was about 30% in Europe. So in Germany, it's not a topic at all. And the other story is the efficiency of water using or water supply. So we teach our children to save water, not because it's few of it in Germany, but because it's expensive. So if they are too small, we keep telling them that they help the poor people in Africa by not using too much water. If they are grown up and understand the story, then we tell them, look, we pay as a private person, I pay about €5 per cubic meter for the water, which is about half for the drinking water supply and half for the wastewater treatment. So this is a main driver in Germany, and it has been said also during the day that this may be raisement of awareness necessary in some other places of the world, that water may be a public good, but it doesn't mean automatically that it's for free. Some numbers on the research funding, because I always think this is also important to put the things we are discussing here today and in the JPI in general in relation to the whole story. So in Germany, we spend 84 billion euros per year for the research funding. This is all research. So this is not water research. This is all research on the total, 84 billions, and only 1/3 of this is public money, and 2/3 of this is industry money. So the industry itself is the main driver in our research. And I don't say that public funding is not needed, but just as I said, to put it in relation to the story we are talking about today. And in our opinion, innovation is business. So innovation is mainly industry driven, and that means industry in many cases in our funding, even in the water research funding, they are not even interested in public money, because this means automatically that this has to make public what is their project on. So that also we should keep in mind when we talk about the implementation of our SRIA at all. So there is a lot of money around from people which are not at all interested to discuss with us what they are doing. And the last point on this, or the second last point on the industry, so you can read in a lot of papers from the Commission and from other guys about the European industry. So, sorry, there is no European industry. There are French enterprises, Spanish enterprises, UK enterprises, Finnish, German, whatever, and if it comes to business, they are competitors. So if we keep talking what can we do for the European industry, this may be nice, but it's not the reality if it comes to business. And just also regarding industry, another perhaps interesting difference, I may just have chosen the French example. France, you have these big water supply companies. In Germany, we don't have them at all. So we have mainly small and medium enterprises, SMEs, regarding the water sector if it comes to components. And we have the water supply and the wastewater treatment mainly in public hands, in the public sector. So it's our communities and municipalities who treat our wastewater and care about our water supply. Now I may just say a few words to the SRIA, which has been told also as being heavy. I don't know where Patrick is, there he is. So it's very heavy, I agree. It's 105 pages, and I'm very impressed that even the introduction, which means the short version, is 45 pages, which is also a lot, I may say. And I just may show you, this is our, from our ministry, our strategy on the water research for the years 2012 to 17, 18, something like this. And it's 15 pages, 1-5. So our intention was to keep it short and simple, just to give the people the chance to read it all and to perhaps to understand. So I'm not complaining, so I have big compliments to the crew who did the SRIA, but so this is why we are talking about now, what to do with this amount of topics, of interesting things. You listed there. So in the plane to the flight here, I would like to count the bullet points we have in there on the different topics. I have to admit, I somehow stopped when I came to 80. It's a lot more. So I don't know if somebody counted it. But anyway, so and there we exactly now got the answer to the question how to implement this. So I agree that it's more easy to have an agenda or a strategy for one country, as we do from our ministry, than to have it for the EU with, meanwhile, 28 countries or 20 participants in the JPI water. So, but nevertheless, so I think somebody has to take the duty just to shrink these bullets, amazing amount of bullets, just to the topics we should work on together. And there I come back to the start of my talk. This will be difficult enough because, as I said, so we have different stories in each country. And I may just, if I still have the minute, Laura, otherwise you just have to switch off my microphone, give you the 5 most relevant topics on research. I'm talking only on research in water now, in Germany. So the number 1 on our agenda is pollutants and pathogens. So you see we don't have a quantity problem, but we have a quality problem on some waters around Germany. And you may have followed the political discussions on the first, on the 4th treatment step for our wastewater treatment, taking off the micropollutants and pathogens, which is a very, how to say, controversial political discussions for the time being, because also this is coming to costs. And on the one hand, we are just making it more efficient every year with our wastewater treatment. On the other hand, we have extra treatment steps which make it more costly. So this is always the balance you have to follow. The other political topic on the water is the phosphorus recycling in Germany. So our government has written in its coalition papers that until the year 2025, it is not allowed anymore to bring the sewage sludge to the fields. So we have about 2 million tons of sludge every year. Half of it is brought out in agriculture on the fields, and this will be forbidden within a few years, connected with the recycling of phosphorus, which has to be done with this sludge. Not only burning is allowed, but you have to recycle the phosphorus. So this is the second big story. And as I said, in general, it's efficiency. We had it before in the last panel discussion on the asset management, which is also a big story in Germany, which is always related to costs, as I said in the beginning. So we are somehow always talking about efficiency, be it energy, be it water, be it life cycle of all this infrastructure, always regarding not raising the cost anymore for the German people paying the water. And the last topic, perhaps, which is mainly a thing maybe of Germany or its neighbors, is the nitrate in the groundwater, which is getting more and more problem because agriculture is just putting too much nitrate on the ground. And so I just gave you these examples to see, because I think many of you may think, oh, in our country this is not at all interesting, we have some other problems. And there we are back to what I said. Now it's the task, it's the main task to identify the topics from our SRIA where we can all agree somehow on to go on. And I just may say with the last words that I don't see the JPI alone as the one implementing these topics via calls or whatever. The colleagues from the governing board may remember the discussions we had in the last meetings, that I don't think it's the main task of the JPI to be, as I always call it, a call machine, so that we have every year one call on different topics. But in fact, I think a JPI should be much more. It should be information exchange, that we learn about each other. What is the funding structure in our countries regarding water search? What is the water infrastructure problems in our countries? And I think all this should be more on our agenda in the JPI. And the 3R topics perhaps are more focused, or should be more focused, on Horizon 2020 or other framework programs funded by the EU, or even our national programs, where this somehow also is a, I don't know how you call it in English, a closed circle, because we did give our input, of course, to the 3R, because on the topics we would like to see there, and then we take the 3R back as an argument at home to say, look, this is an argument to do a research in this topic. So this should be enough for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Helmut. And then we will have the so-called global view to water domain. Please,
That's
Stephanie.
right. So I'll start by giving you a small introduction maybe to the Global Water Research Coalition, which we also call GWRC. So that I'm representing today, and the GWRC is a platform for global cooperation for the generation and exchange of knowledge, and it was established in 2002, and it represents 13 members, and those members are mainly research organisations that fund national research for water and wastewater issues, so covering the water cycle. And the members mainly come from the US, Canada, South Africa, Australia, Singapore through the Public Utilities Board, and Europe with 6 members in Europe. So today I'm very honoured that I've been invited to this conference and this panel because really the mission of the GWRC and the mission of Water JPI are essentially the same, apart that it's a very different scale, of course. It is really about partnering and working together in a coordinated manner and tackling water-related issues and work towards a common goal and in a more concerted way. And I think it's very important that we do that to avoid duplication of efforts. But we need to take a long-term approach. It's not something that happens very quickly, and we need to be very realistic about timeframes. And I was very pleased to see in the new agenda or the Innovation Agenda 2.0 that the agenda covers very much, or 80% of the GWRC agenda as well, and the same research priorities. So I can see collaboration opportunities, definitely, so that we avoid duplication and efforts, and that we direct our research funds in a better way, a more coordinated way. In terms of actions to implement the SRIA or Agenda 2.0, I found that knowledge hubs work really well. We have, and I've seen that in your agenda as one of the ways researchers can network better together. And I found that knowledge hubs work well on topics where different members or partners might already be starting research. So we are starting one on microplastics, for example, where we have a workshop actually this weekend, where we look at microplastic, what are the members doing, where are the synergies, who's doing what, which methodologies are being used by the different members. And instead of duplicating, it's really about sharing. So you might be sending samples or doing intra-lab comparisons and not duplicating the methods. So you really share the methods, you share the research results and the data, and you work together, again, minimizing the research efforts. And that's worked really well, knowledge hubs. It's a great tool, and I can see maybe a possibility on collaborating with Water JPI. Other things is common outputs, is preparing fact sheets, white papers together. That works really well, having an independent voice and having a real tangible output that can be used by policymakers, regulators, or the Commission even. Joint calls is another possibility that I can see on specific topics, and identification of emerging issues. I saw that on the agenda. And the GWRC does that twice a year, looking at emerging issues globally across the membership that need to be tackled quickly. So microplastics, antibiotic resistance came up, but when Ebola came out, it was very quick to say, okay, is this an issue for the water industry? Is it an issue for the wastewater operator? Can we write a white paper? What do we know? How can we work together? So it's really about a quick turnaround. And this is why it's, you know, it works quite well. We're small, but we get very quick actions and fast actions. So yeah, so that's really what I wanted to say today. So it's about that I can see collaboration, that we're obviously much smaller, but you know, some members of the GWRC are also involved in Water JPI, so it should be quite easy to do.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. And then Margit Noll, who represents another GPI, the Urban Europe. What is your experience how to implement the SRIA?
So let me say that I'm really glad that I was invited to this event today, because it gave me the opportunity to see how another JPI is developing and how you developed your strategy, what kind of struggles you had. And I just can say, you're not alone. we had quite the same experience. From what Enrique summarized, it was exactly the same that we experienced in the first phase. And I also see quite a lot of commonalities in the way how you found some solutions and developed some approaches. So I think there is a lot that we have in common in the way how we try to set up such an exercise. And basically, besides some thematic priorities that we might share, we have 5 thematic priorities in our research and innovation agenda as well. So 5 seems to be the magic number of today. There are quite some commonalities, and maybe we can look into those later. But what I think, I would like to phrase it more in terms of questions. We launched our research and innovation agenda in October last year, so we are quite in the same phase. We are now setting up different instruments and different implementation measures ourselves, and raising a lot of questions to our member countries, to our partners. And I think we have quite of these questions in common, and I would like just to raise them. Right? I see the research and innovation agenda as a living document, and it seems that you're just finished the version 2.0, and you're now about to taking up the next phase. I think this is important. There are so many challenges ahead, so many topics pop up on a short term that somehow need to be addressed. And I think it's important to reflect those continuously and come up with a revision or a more precise development, more close, specific priorities that need to be selected for the different calls. So seeing that as a living document, I think, is really important. It is demanding because it needs so much effort of all the community to meet, to discuss, to write some papers, to continuously lead that kind of strategic debate. The main issue I would like to address is related to instruments. And I would like to question if we have the right instruments in place to implement the JPI. What I learned today, and I think it's quite similar to a debate that we have in JPI Urban Europe, we are well experienced in developing technological innovations. We know how to play that game. We have our research communities. They are spending effort together in cooperation with industry, small and big ones, and then we're about to implementing these in terms of procurement or in terms of products or services. So we know how to do that. But do we have instruments that allow us to translate research into policy? And do we have instruments that allow us to support society when it comes to different kinds of implementation measures that we need to do together? So we don't. Maybe you have, we don't, in the urban context. So we are about to develop instruments, frameworks for future research projects to involve those stakeholders. And it's not about lobbying. I want to comment on that from the morning session. It's not about lobbying. It's about sharing, committing, and engaging of different stakeholders in a very early stage. And this does not contradict fundamental science or basic research, however you want to call that, but it's about how do we define the main research questions? How do we involve the different kinds of stakeholders, policymakers, might that be city administration, water companies, supply industry, whoever it might be. How do we involve them already in an early phase of our research and priority setting? And so what we try to do is we try to engage them in different phases and quite intensively. And this is not only to understand their topics, but to raise the commitment. because we can't implement our agenda on our own. Looking into the urban issue, that would be absurd, right? So everything is on the very local level at the end of the day, so we need to go there. And that means that we need to talk to the cities, and you might need to talk to those administrating all the water issue or industry. So how do we find new mechanisms to involve these stakeholders? And how can we reflect those needs in our funding instruments? And when we take that a step further, then it's not only about doing the research projects, and I appreciate very much the statements before. In a way, the joint calls are important, and they help us to raise visibility, and they help us to work together. But then we need to do something with the results. And at the moment, we don't have a platform for that. And neither on the European level, maybe somehow on the national level, but basically not on a transnational level. So we need to generate platforms. At least we try to do that, in a way to learn what the outcome of the project is. What can we learn from them, and how can we translate these research results into policy or other kinds of actions? And this is demanding, because we don't have the frame right now to do that. And you need to raise awareness in the level of the decision makers and the policy makers to come there and sit together with the scientists and do that. So I think the main issue is how can we set up these new frameworks that allows really to benefit from that kind of opportunities that the JPIs raise. And I'm very much looking forward to discuss that also with you.
Thank you very much, Margit. I have another question, and if you want to reflect the other panelists' comments, that is also possible. The next or the second question is from your point of view, or from your institution perspective, what are the opportunities for accelerating the research and innovation calendar? So we would really like to hear what you will take on board. What are you able to do to enhance the implementation of SRIA? So may I ask quite a short comments? No, please.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. It will be kind of a follow-up of what Maggie just said, because I think it went straight to the point. I had the chance to talk to some colleagues in my institution and other institutions as well, in some meetings we had before this one, and they all pointed out at the difficulty of building up a consortium in the water JPI. And they highlighted the different eligibility rules that exist for different member states participating in the water JPI. I mean, I'm probably not the right person to criticize that, because I think especially after seeing the presentation by Mr. Playan, I think it's a miracle that water JPA made it this far and with this success. But now that we have come to this point, there's always room for improvement. And I will say that if we have managed to agree to an agenda, we have managed to agree some specific topics that we need to address, it wouldn't be that difficult, or maybe it will be the next step. Maybe it's very difficult, very challenging, I don't know, to agree on some sort of eligibility rules, minimal eligibility rules, because they depend from country to country. In some cases, they are not available in English, so it's up to the other partner to check them. In some cases, maybe they don't do that. Then the whole consortium falls apart. So that's a challenge when you are going to invest part of your work, quite a large part of your work, on writing a proposal. Also, following up what Maggie said before, one of the barriers that we have found, for example, that some of my colleagues have found, for example, was that in some cases, some institutions that are key actors, play key roles in water management, were not eligible to participate. So, for example, it's quite difficult to develop a case study in an area in which you cannot count on the river basin district, for example, or the local regional environmental agency. And those are actors that should be, at least from my point of view, should be involved in the effort to change, to address the challenges that we have in this area. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you. And then Dan.
I think it's a really interesting question. I'm not really sure I can answer it. I think one thing that struck me very much when we were talking now was this. As I think about the JPI model, I find that I think it is actually a very effective way to let multiple countries working together to define research goals, but allowing individual countries to fund the research. I find that as a very effective model. The question is, I guess, how do you then take this next step, which requires those same countries to implement those things in a similar way? And that I don't know, but I think it's a really valuable thing to think about. On the local level, I think from our project that the key to implementation was to involve the stakeholders as much as possible. And we really felt it was important to bring in some water utilities and have them involved in the project very, very directly, and not only just to come to the meetings and say what they think, but also to allow us to use their data and to try to provide feedback as to how we might improve their decision-making. So,
thank you.
I think that regarding also the ways also to accelerate also this implementation and have also some results, I will situate two elements. I think the first element will be the implementation in terms of procedures and discussion that also previous also speakers also mentioned. I think that we have to be clear there that if you would like also to improve the acceleration, we will, as also Helmut mentioned, we will have also to address also this institutional, also national member states, also policies, the implementation strategies, and try to find a way to see to what extent there is a way also to come in closer. And I think this is the most easier way, I think, to have more streamlined procedures, and to accelerate this procedure. With regards to the implementation in terms also of the implementation of the results, because I think that there is also the other also point is, of course, this is the involvement of stakeholders is very, very, very important. But I think we have also to build this in the beginning. I think in the early phase, even researchers, when they propose, they have perhaps not select, the stakeholders opportunistically, but try also to have also a kind of analysis that will help them also to identify those stakeholders that they have already the structure or the way, to build the next steps, and to find, for instance, a possibility. Give the example for in some southern Mediterranean countries where still, for instance, regional funds are available. For me, I think this is also one good way of accelerating. If you could eventually, as a researcher, also try to be in touch with implementing organization of these regional funds and trying also to build synergies in such a way that there are always possibilities to accelerate. I will remember, this is an anecdotal, when some years ago we had the national experts, we have this scheme in our institute, in the European Commission, and he came for a regional authority in a country, was also in charge of managing also the leader, which is a kind of agricultural, urban-related program. And when he found, some results that were performed, he found also the way to convince his links, to implement this type of actions, because we have selected the right type, the right people in the right moment. I think this is the way also to look on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I should have mentioned in my introduction also that I'm responsible for the two funding priorities with our ministry, the sustainable water management, the one with a 15-page strategy, and the IWRM, integrated water resource management. We do calls in those measures, and one prerequisite for those who want to apply for a project to give a pre-proposal is that it's science, plus partners from industry, plus stakeholders. So only if these three are together in one joint project, then they are allowed to apply. So, Donald, we already doing this, what you propose, so, but exactly for the same reason why you propose it, just to make sure nothing against the scientists. As I said some years ago, I have been also one. You are full of ideas. So that's your topic, that's your task, to have good ideas, to have new ideas. And then the first hurdle we put on the way between your idea and the realization of a project is that you find a partner from practice who says, yes, I could imagine that this idea in some years or whenever may be relevant for us. So only then, if you pass this hurdle, then you can apply for a funding. So this is done, and this is exactly the reason what we're discussing now, just to make sure that these things arrive as quick as possible in reality, I may call it. And in addition to that, we are also in close cooperation within the German funding system with the organizations from the wastewater treatment guys and the drinking water supply guys, who gives us their feedback, what is their needs for the future. And I don't know how in your countries, but in Germany this is a very conservative business. Even drinking water supply as wastewater treatment, because they say if my plant is running well, we should not change too much on it. And the only thing you get them is then, as I said before, about efficiency, about cost, and then you get them into these projects. So we are aware of that, and we think that we should accelerate it by including the partners into the projects. And just to give you another number, so when I came a few years ago in this area, they told me that it needs in Germany normally from a research result until it arrives in a standard or a norm between 10 and 20 years. So I couldn't believe it, but it is exactly like this, as I said, due to the conservative discussions on this. So we are hopefully to accelerate this in the sense I just mentioned, and perhaps this is also a model for the European funding in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie, please.
Yes, now I will be quite brief. The GWRC is not a partner of Water JPI, but that doesn't stop, collaboration opportunities. So I can see us, sharing our priorities, or at least yearly being in contact on, what are we working on, where's the duplication or the overline, and maybe even, work together on workshops or, fact sheets or calls. So, quite open for that collaboration. I think it's only a win-win and a positive outcome, really, for us and Water GPI.
Thank you. And then Margit.
Yeah, two remarks. One on the general level of JPIs and one related to Urban Europe in particular. I think we need to... JPIs have been set up to accelerate research and innovation as such. I think this was one of the main intentions when the Commission introduced the instrument. And for that, my feeling is that we need to better take use of the national competencies, priorities, and strength that we have and connect them on the transnational level. I think this is an advantage that we have as JPIs, how we are set up based on national programs, on national priorities, on national strategies, and linking them, connecting them on the European transnational level. I think we need to learn how to better take use of that. That would help a lot in order to use already knowledge that has been generated in our countries. Also on a regional level, I think the water is the same as the urban context. Even when we cooperate on a transnational global level, it always comes down to the very regional or local implementation, right? So we can't discuss urban issues without going into a city or a neighborhood. And I think the same goes then for the water issue. You need to go to a city or a river or any kind of water resource in a concrete level to really implement that. So this balance of very regional, local implementation, knowledge, expertise, and connecting them on a European scale, I think is very attractive, and we should take better use of that. When it comes to JPI Urban Europe, I think there are a couple of issues that we could tackle together. Both of us have our research and innovation agendas in place. You have a multi-annual call agenda. We have one. We are now trying to concretize that in terms of making choices out of a very broad research agenda. And I think this opens a lot of opportunities. One of our priorities looks into urban resilience and sustainability. this is naturally given that we could talk about those. But beyond that, it's about urban governance and participation. Water issue, one of those issues we need to consider when it comes to urban administration and management. But again, it goes further when we talk about welfare issues or about vibrant economies, so water goes into those in some extent as well. So I think it would be really great to talk about that. For this, it was really good to be here and learn more about the content and your procedures, and I think we'll find the ways and opportunities to take that further.
Thank you. And now we have around 5 minutes time for your questions and your comments. And if we can be a little bit flexible with the time schedule, maybe we have a little more time. So please.
Thank you. My name is Torbjørn Larsen. I'm from the Water Institute, the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. Two simple wishes and recommendations. First of all, I want to say that the SRIA 2.0 is very nice. It covers most of the important topics. It includes, takes back the environment and ecological issues in addition to the water industry. So that's very good. Please note that the format you have used in the previous calls has been quite successful, quite popular, and maybe it's not necessary to change so much for the next calls. Maybe you don't need to dilute what you already have with too many new instruments. So stick to what you have. Very many researchers find the JPI format of relatively few partners relatively easy compared to Horizon 2020 at least. So it gives many, many more people and research groups the possibility to collaborate across Europe, while the Horizon 2020 has become a monster that you need special expertise in coordinating. So keep it simple, use the model you have, and if you manage to make it, of course, streamline even more across the different countries, that would be useful. One other useful thing would be if it would be possible to have a long-term plan for what topics would be in different calls. I think then you will have a bit fewer applications for each call, because then people will see, okay, I will wait till next year because I see that my topic is covered next time. I think that will make it, you will get more or fewer proposals, but maybe more good proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comment. And the next one, please.
Geneveux from the European Network of Basin Organizations. I'd like to suggest to the Water JPI to include PCP, pre-commercial procurement, as a new tool for supporting research driven by the public authorities, public utilities, basin organizations, because it seems that it could be a very nice way to bridge the last mile between research result and something which match 100% the needs of the client, of the users. This is a way not to support directly the researchers, but to support the users to drive the research. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there still, yes, there on the back?
Thank you. Leonardo Piccinetti again from Be Water Projects. In our studies where we tackled the funding agency problem, in particular for climate adaptation and river basin issues, I agree that one of the key issues is the problem of the joint call in terms of bureaucracy, the administrative, the language issues, the evaluation process. This is very interesting to see how the new concept of the research strategic agenda will be implemented in the future with the other JPI, because there will be communalities of to tackle these obstacles. So this is an important point. Also, we would like to create this opportunity with our project funded by FP7.
Thank you. And here is the next question or comment.
Yes, I have a question specifically for Helmut Löhe, who very eloquently stated that there is no European industry, there is only national industries. And I'm afraid he's right. but I would like to hear from him whether he considers this as something positive, negative, neutral, and perhaps looking back from it from the perspective of German's history. Germany became a nation state only in 1871. How long did it take the different German industries, regional industries, to say, no, I'm not from this Bundesland, but I'm a German industry? Thank you.
Yes, dear Dirk. So, where should I begin? So, first I suggest this neutral. So, regarding the European industry. So, what I wanted to mention is that this has become a phrase in nearly all of our political papers. You know, where it's we are doing this and that for the European industry. So, neutral, there is none. We all agree on this. Yes, and the other question is more a philosophical one. You know, the German state had its time to develop, and we were also with the Roman Empire, Christliches Reich Deutscher Nationen, so I can't translate this into English. So this is history. So I don't know if there will be the time if there is really an ownership of enterprises who say, yes, we are all European. So I don't know. So I'm too old to see this, I'm afraid, but I don't say this will not happen someday. But for the time being, as I said, we should be careful in putting things in phrasing which is not the truth for the time being.
Seems to me the problem is not that you're too old, but yet you're too young.
Okay. Good. Then I will, before ending, try to wrap up what has been said. First of all, I think that the panel enhanced the gap between the scientific and policy, or scientific community and policymakers, that we need to have some kind of a way how to speak the same language with politicians, so that the scientific results will be turned into innovations. Also, there were stated that it's really important to understand that the world is changing in a very fast way, and we have to re-evaluate our methods and our procedures. So in a way, it's also in a way a living process where we need all the time to re-evaluate our processes. Then there was raised a very important, from my point of view, I think it's a very important point, that how to have a balance between so-called basic research and more innovation research, because both are needed, and what the JPI can be a platform for both of those. And one important point is that as this kind of an international cooperation or European level cooperation is really important, and in many statements it has been stressed that this is really beneficial for countries. This must be done or try to do it in a structured way, this kind of a cooperation, and we need to have a stronger commitment from the national or member states. Then there was important point that the strategy is quite heavy, and it is really important that now we try to prioritize the teams and the actions that we will be performing in the near future. We need to have some kind of a long-term schedule or long-term plan. What are we going to do, by which instruments? And one of the things that was stressed was also that we need to have all the stakeholders on board. We need to have the researchers, the policymakers, and other stakeholders, the end users. And for this, we need to have some kind of a platform how to do it. It was nice to hear that the calls that we have so far performed have been very successful, and at least researchers were also happy with them. So there is not much to be changed, but maybe we should move also to other kind of activities such as knowledge hub, and to have a tighter exchange of knowledge between different stakeholders. I would like to thank all the panelists for a very nice discussion, and also thank the audience for very important and topical questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you
Well
very
done.
much. Thank you, panel.
This race. So, just 1 or 2 more minutes, but if I keep talking, some people might close the door or encourage people to come in. I was looking around looking for Dominique. I said, she's not here yet, but then I looked to my left and she is here. So I think we should start, because people will drift in, and if some people have to leave because of schedules, then just do that quietly, please, if you can. It's fully understood, considering transport difficulties. All right. So we maybe had to foreshorten slightly the poster session, but I know that many of you looked at them during the lunch break as well, and the coffee break in the morning. We've looked at 2 aspects of the strategic research agenda and innovation agenda up to now. We have talked about priorities in the first round table. We've talked about how to jointly implement such agenda in the next table. Now we're moving to international cooperation, and we heard earlier, and we saw from Maurice's nice slides about the international nature of water issues, and also from the FAO about the obvious links between water and food. So to kick this last part off, we have Dominique Darmendrel, who is the current coordinator of the Water JPI, having taken over from collected the pass from Enrique in 2014. And Dominique, being a good rugby supporter, knows when she gets the ball how to run with it. And she will pass it in turn to somebody else in 2018. So if there's a volunteer in the room who wants to line up for that pass, you could tell Dominique about it. So Dominique is going to talk to us about JPI and international cooperation.
So thank you, Porrick. So as you said, I'm the one who received the ball. So I'm the one less relaxed, who had the headaches. So I would like to quote the What in Tech project coordinator. We already sent this on Twitter. So it's my pleasure to be here and to introduce you what we are doing at the international level. First of all, I would like to start, by a quote. I think you should not, you should keep this in mind. It's from Benjamin Franklin, so it has 250 years. So you can read it. The last sentence says that in water there is bacteria. So I think that we have made some progress, and I think that is really linked to the cooperation at different levels, and in particular at the international level. So when the Water JPI started, that was what were the main objectives were there, and we had already some tools. And if you have a look, then in the third one was already to start international cooperation and try to have long-term partnership, memoranda of understanding with a couple of partners in the world. So, as it was presenting this morning, we are at this stage 20 partners, full members from, I would say, a large Europe, and we have 4 observers. But you will see that, oh, it seems that it's changing. Yes, fantastic. I don't know what happened. So 4 of them are already from outside the European Union. These 20 countries and agencies, plus are representing 88% of the public funding in the water area. So if you think that if we can work together, we have a high impact. If we can manage to have this transnational cooperation, but also to mobilize the national programs. The 4 of who are outside the European Union are, as you see, Israel, Moldova, Norway, and Turkey. Very different. But we have the common challenges. They are all part of the European Fair Trade Association, and they went, sorry, I will have to jump from one to one. They have been interesting almost since the beginning by this cooperation on the research. For trying to develop and identify where we would like to go, we did a bibliometric study for identifying the existing cooperation between the European Union and the international, so the outside Europe countries. So we went to this bibliometric study for all types of countries. Finally, we decided to target, now it's not working, to 7 of them. What they are, Brazil, Canada, China, India, South Africa, US, and Vietnam. And I'm quite pleased to let you know that at the round table you have 2 of them. So they are really interested to see where we are doing. Canada is already participating in one of our actions, one of the joint calls. This selection has been done based on the scientific excellence of the research communities and about development and market. You will see that at the moment we are thinking about a new strategy. We did a mapping on the RDI activities, where are the communities, where are the funding agencies, what are the existing programs in these countries. So all of this is available on our website. You go to in the International Cooperation webpage and you can find this information that we are sharing with all of you. We have been starting discussion with these countries with different levels of, I would say, success so far. But the good thing is that we have identified a couple of challenges for this cooperation. Though, if you have a look, then you can see the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and trends. I don't want to go back again on this. Sorry, I don't know what's happening with this. My slide. Can you manage that, Emmanuel? And I will ask you to change when it's necessary. Thank you. That's the technician at the back, the guy who is operating since this morning. Thank you. So the good thing is that in terms of trends, we have common challenges, and that's, I think, the most important. We have well-established cooperation, often with research networks. There's this very good connection there, and we have a lot of bilateral cooperation. The multilateral level, I will say, is not that far. On the other end, we are also trying to we have identified the most important, I would think, in terms of weaknesses, which is about the complexity of this cooperation. You have heard this during the previous roundtable that we had a couple of difficulties. We have tried to cope with them, but that is really important. We have different funding models. We have different evaluation system. We have different funding rates and eligibility that was raised during the previous. And you have heard several times before, since this morning, that we need a greater role of the end users and in particular the economic sector. In terms of threats, that was also raised several times. So you heard about this fragmented, structure and the lack of information of what is done within the different partners, within the different countries, and so on. I also mentioned the fact that we are more used to bilateral cooperation. And jumping to the multilateral is not that easy. We are doing that at European level, but when you are broadening the scope, then you're also broadening the type of differences and even, I would say, cultural differences. We need, because the JPI is known, I would say, anytime I'm presenting it, it's saying, well, what is this animal? It's a very strange one. I remember the last discussion with our Brazilian colleagues by WebEx. It means that you need also time. You need the time to prepare, this cooperation. You need the time for joining some of these initiatives and actions. And as we are running also sometimes with EU money, it means that we have deadlines. And so we need to also to cope with these deadlines. And I think it was Stephanie who mentioned that you need to have a realistic timeline for building this international cooperation. I fully support this. In terms of opportunities, is that if we can do that together, then we can achieve a critical mass, a higher critical mass for achieving our societal challenges. And then we can also build and structure the RDI communities. The market opportunities have been also mentioned several times. And I think that it will be also the occasion to find new ways, new actions, new models of cooperation, which is also for us something quite important. The next one, please. Yes. So this is the list of the current joint actions that we have identified. And so far, you have heard about the, I will say, the two first. As a couple of people have mentioned, we are currently developing knowledge hubs, and that's something we would like to do. We are learning at the moment from FACE and from other initiatives, so it means that we would like to continue on that. I was discussing with a couple of people during the breaks about the infrastructure and observatories and so on. So how we can facilitate the access to this infrastructure, access to the information. I think it was also Stephanie mentioning that we can do some workshops together, try to, bring the different end users and work together to learn how to do that. Capacity building and training. So far we didn't do much on that. And we are starting also to work on mobility scheme. Some of the project that has been funded under Waterworks 2014, so the call of last year, the kickoff was yesterday, and a couple of these projects are considering mobility in their project. Panos mentioned a couple of important Europe initiatives, but we are also discussing with the COST, which is the an action working on networking of researchers, try to see how we can better bridge. Next one. Yes. So we also heard that the joint calls has been so far the most successful joint actions with the international countries. So that's the slide from Rosa. She mentioned, so under the first co-fund, so the last year call, we had South Africa on board, and they just joined the joint call. They put money there, and they have one project, I think. On the second call, the one which is currently under, I would say, evaluation of the step one, so the pre-proposal, we have 5. We could have 6, in fact, but we had some difficulties with US. Could not sign an H2020 contract, but you see that there are more and more interest. And if you show the topics, water and agriculture, even if it's not the most important in Germany, it's really important in these international countries. And anytime that we were presenting this topic, a lot of countries were interested. So it means that, you see, from 1 country to 5, they are participating in a call, but now they're also participating in some additional discussion we have on how to harmonize the procedure, how to have a common vision together, and how to work at the international level on model for cooperation. So we will have activities with them in their country to try to see how we will cooperate together. We have also new opportunities, and we will come very soon to the Water JPI members, but also to the other JPIs, about what we would like to do in the future joint actions. And I'm sure that we can find, if you can move to the next one, some opportunities of having topics. These are the two. I don't know who mentioned that they wanted to have a long-term a plan for knowing where we would like to go, what are the topics for the future. So far, and if we can convince the Member States and the Commission, we would like to have one on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, challenges. And you will see that, as the all say this morning from the FAO mentioned, it's quite broad, so we will need to target where we want to go. But there are a couple of ideas coming from the first talks. And the next one will be on one of the themes of the 3-year, which is closing the water cycle gap. So it's about the sustainable management of water resources. But I must say that if you read carefully the 3-year, they are not only about the management of the water resources by itself, but there are a couple of keywords about water value, what is public good versus water services. The transboundary governance could be fall in this one. That's what I'm presenting is the Water JPI actions. We are also promoting a couple of issues in the H2020 work program. So some of the things that have been presented before in the roundtable 1 or 2, like just take one, the water, energy, food nexus, is something that is written in the 3-year, but we are trying to get this in the work program H2020 for 18. So that will be one of our inputs on that part. Next one, please. So we are now also, Panos mentioned that this morning, we are waiting for the proposal we did on the new coordination action on international cooperation on water. We have there 17 countries involved. The WSSTP is also a partner, and we have received the support of 17 international institutions, of which some of them are also around will be around the round table. I think that will be important. And we will have 2 types of activity, one on the strategy. So we would like to define a real strategy for enlarging the Water JPI network and the platform. We want to build also a public-private partnership. So that's why where we're seeing also some opportunities to accelerate the implementation. And the knowledge hub will be developed, and then we will have also this goal on UN SDGs. Just to next one, please. So this is where we went, 2013 when we started. Now we have a couple more countries, and you have different colors. It means that they have different level of development of cooperation with us and with the European Union. They are sometimes eligible to EU funds, sometimes they are not, which are creating some different challenges for us. I think this is really important, but this is just a cooperation at with some countries. You have also what Maria Uccellatore this morning from the Italian Ministry of Research mentioned. We have Bonus, we have Prima with our regional initiatives. We have Afri-Alliance, we have Lipagri on Africa, but I could mention Piano, and the Chinese-European Water Partnership for China. There is also something on India, and so on. So that's, I think, the big challenges for us is how to, connect to all these initiatives and try to work together in a complementary way. Next one, please. Just to be sure. Hey, hello. Yes, that's the only one to be on time. So thank you all. That's the situation now. You see, the water is blue. I'm not sure there is no bacteria in the fountain when I see all the people there, but nevertheless, thank you all.
Thank you, Dominique. Now we move to the third roundtable on the same topic, and we have people who have travelled a long way to be here. So we are very happy to welcome people from Brazil, from Canada, Tunisia, and I think the others are all European-based, but you're all equally welcome. It's going to be moderated by Mats, so Mats Svensson will now take the chair here. You have a bell, you see. You have a bell. I have a bell. What's your glass? All right.
So thank you very much. I'm going to moderate this one, and my name is Mats Svensson. I'm coming from the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management, where I'm the head of the Research and Environmental Objectives unit. I'm going to lead this session here, which is then going to concentrate on our international collaboration, as you've been understanding. And I think that's very ambitious, and I think that we have international collaboration, but it also says something about water, because water is really an international issue also. So, and we also have the same kind of general changes in our climate and so on that we are all then facing. So therefore, international collaboration is also more forgiven also. There were also mentioned in this morning's session also, if you remember, that there are a lot to be learned about asset management between various countries then also in terms of infrastructure for water. But there are also other things that we can then share in common, none the least then practice that we can develop further on, for example, to handle ecosystem services and also to how to weigh various kinds of interests and also from various stakeholder groups. But first of all, I would like to introduce the panel here also. So in short, you can just introduce yourself and say who you are and where you're coming from and what you're working with and so on. Please, have a go. We start from that side.
Hi everyone, I'm Anne-Marie Thompson from Canada. I'm with the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council. So as Dominique has alluded, we've just joined this year the Waterworks 2015 initiative. So this is our an exciting opportunity for us to participate in a European Union-led initiative.
I am Francisco Barbosa from the Federal University of Minas Gerais, Southeast Brazil. And here I shall speak on behalf of the National Institute of, the Brazilian National Council of State Funding Agencies, CONFAP. I am a freshwater biologist.
Kalispera. I am Leonidas Antoniou. I'm coming from Cyprus, and I work for my funding agency of my country, the Recent Promotion Foundation. I am here as the new chair of the GPC.
I am Adi Rouma from Tunisia, Institution for Agriculture Research and Higher Education. So I have two hats. The first, I am associate professor, I am researcher, but in the same time, I am the director of the research program at IRISA. So I am here because I represent my funding agency. And I am very surprised by the number of the participation of these 25 projects submitted by the different institutions from Tunisia. Thank you.
My name is Bjørn Jensen. I am the Deputy Director General of the Danish Geological Survey.
I'm active in various international water associations and also member of the program committee of the SC5 in Horizon 2020. But in fact, I'm here in my capacity as a member of the steering group of the China Euro Water Platform, where I'm heading the groundwater partnership. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and first of all, thanks for the invitation to be part of this panel. My name is Gaetano Casale. I'm the head of the liaison office of the UNESCO IHE Institute for Water Education. Just 1 second to explain that the UNESCO IHE Institute for Water Education is one of the 3 water pillars of the UNESCO water family. UNESCO IHE is one of them. Then we have the UNESCO IHP, the International Hydrological Program, and then we have the World Water Assessment Program based in Perugia. I'm also here with 2 hats because I'm also a leader of a working group in WSSTP. It used to be called the Working Group in International Cooperation, but then we realized that these meetings are already international cooperation, and we changed the name into Water Beyond Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Well, there are plenty of people here then also with 2 heads then also, so it makes it quite a good panel then also, of course. Then we have lots of knowledge and lots of heads here as well then. In the brochure of the program today, there was one question already raised also, which is then what I think we should start this session with then also. So I would like to again take on my right side then also to look at that question from your perspective then also from Canada then also. So please have a go on that question.
Yeah, so the situation in Canada is such that we know that our researchers are very well connected with international partners. The basis of our international collaboration so far has really been a more informal researcher-to-researcher collaboration. But we know that we do need to be more strategic in terms of partnerships, either on a specific topic that we would like to see addressed, and enabling our Canadian researchers to participate in larger network-type collaborations in the European Union and with other partners. NSERC, the funding agency, has just launched a new strategy, and one of the key objectives is called Going Global, and this is in recognition of the fact that we know that we need to be leveraging information. Canada produces about 4%, I think, of the scholarly literature, if you will. And so we know that while we have a very strong science and engineering community, there's still so much out there that we don't either have access to or that we're not aware of. And so this is really important, these types of collaborations. We are involved in some bilateral collaborations, which Dominic just alluded to as being perhaps a bit simpler. So we are involved in a number of those. Multilaterally, we're also involved in things like the Belmont Forum, things like the Human Frontiers Science Program. So again, trying to understand where our priorities are and where the best place to put our efforts are. And so in terms of the challenges, I guess for us that has been a challenge in terms of, I forget which speaker it was this morning, but kind of alluding to this idea of, are these international collaborations on a big scale, is this kind of an exception or a one-off thing, or is this really part of your national strategy? And for us, I think we're at a breaking point where we're wanting it to be more of a strategic investment than anything else.
Thank you very much. So, Francisco, your point of view here?
Well, in trying to prepare myself for this conference, I checked some of previous meetings, and I call attention, for instance, for the 11th COVAX colloquium held in Paris in 2014, which already called attention for 5 points. And I tried to bring some others, and because of course, time constraints, I will stick to 3 points for this first question. First, we have of course, there is a growing water demand, particularly in the agricultural sector. So we think that we have some actions that we should consider to enhance efficiency, as was said previously, of the use of water in agriculture. And just as an example, I'll bring some figure. for instance, reduce water consumption through new approaches on economic uses of water, to invest in drip irrigation or sub-irrigation instead of center pivot system. This would save up to 95% of water, according to different sources, and I use one, the USGS Water Science School. Water export, virtual water, must be incorporated in the final product's price. For instance, in the US, its number is one export in virtual water is 164 million cubic meters per year. In Brazil, Brazil is number 10th in this water exported, particularly with soybean. The second point, is to invest in water education at all levels and capacity building with a systemic and multi-transdisciplinary approaches. And the third point is to invest in assessment and guarantee free access to data banks to allow for precise evaluation of the water availability and water quality for distinct territories. Of course, I do not have the time to go specifically to all these points, but I'm just calling attention for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leonidas?
Well, first of all, I would like to clarify that I'm not an expert on the water theme, so I will mainly speak as a citizen. And I am personally an urban planner, so I will use both of my identities. In my opinion, the areas that we should focus for the international cooperation are mainly linked to the quality of life of citizens. And more especially if we take into account also the name of the JPI water that is linked to the changing world. I believe that there are two main aspects. The first one is related to the quality and the security of food and water. And the second one is related to the effects of the climate change, and especially those that are linked to the urban areas, because most of the population is living in urban areas. And I believe that on the level of international collaboration, we should not give so much emphasis on entrepreneurial issues. I really agree with the approach of Panos this morning and the European Commission about the need to join the water issues with the industry, the related industry. But I believe that our role is also to give to people clean and safe water. We are in Rome, and you know that 3,000 years ago, the Romans, they had water in houses. And when I was a student in the university, in the first lessons about the evolution of cities, I was listening to my professor, Bernardinis in Athens, saying that the first step moving from the people who were living in the countryside to the civilized communities was the creation of water systems. And that was done 4,000 years ago in Knossos, in Crete, in Greece, Panos. So we are now talking 2,000 after Greece, and we have so big areas of the world who are clean and safe water is not an obvious. So my final point is that JPI water, because I'm talking also as a governing board, as a member of the governing board, is that if we have two hands to stretch for international collaboration, then the one goes towards the countries that are developing research in a high level, as Canada, as US, as Australia, in order to create the background for our researchers to have the highest level of research results. And the second goes to the areas of the world, the less developed areas, where water is not there for each one of the citizens.
Thank you very much, Leonidas. Shall we also hear about the Tunisian perspective on this?
Thank you, Mats. In my speech, I will switch sometimes from the research to the director of the research program of the policymakers, because I am researcher since 15 years ago, and now I am in the other side. So I have the two types of hates, and I think it is very interesting to see how the collaboration, how the international collaboration is necessary for our country. First of all, I want just to give you this information. Tunisia has joined the H2020 in December 2015, and now it is considered as the same means are applied for Tunisia and even for the European countries. That is very new, and I think Egypt with the Tunisia, the two countries that joined recently the H2020. So the first point, I will speak about the human resources in Tunisia. I know we have limited resources, but the human resources are very important, and they are the strength of the country. Just to give you some ideas about this important and the importance of the human resources. We have 23 institutions of agricultural research in Tunisia under the umbrella of the IRISA. And IRISA is a semi-autonomous institute that's headed by the Ministry of Agriculture. The number of research, we have around 1,800 research, if we consider the faculties also as researchers. In the different levels and disciplines of science, we have more than 5,000 publications, and if divide the number of publications in the population, we are the first in the Reef, the south of the Mediterranean. So I think we have a lot of human research, and I think we have very good scientists in different domains, in water and even in other domains. For the budget, the ISTE, it's Agriculture, Science and Technology Information, gives some very excellent indicators. ISTE is developed by the ISPRA, Institution of Food Policy and Research Institution, and we put in for the budget around $55 million. And this is, if we divide this budget to the GDP of agriculture, we find it's 0.64, as is not enough for the researcher. I think we need to put more money, and even this budget comes mainly from the government. I think it's about around 98% of the budget came from the government. As the director of the research program, I put a lot of money, and I have the green light from the Ministry of Finance to put money for the research. Before, there is some restriction, but after the revolution, we have the green light to put a lot of money for the research, mainly for innovation and mainly for the sector that are priorities. For the priorities, and I think that water resources are characterized by the scarcity in Tunisia. And Tunisia had developed a complex and diverse water infrastructure, allowing the country to mobilize and exploit available water resources. Also, in the country, we have set up a system and legislation and regulation to assure access to drinking to the majority of the urban and rural population, and to provide supplies for agriculture irrigation. And thus, I want to give you also another indication that 80% of water is used in agriculture. The majority of the water is used mainly in irrigation. The water demand now, actually driven by the population, increases and improvement in living standards could reach its maximum around the year of 230. In order to face this challenge, I think the major orientation is to cooperate with our neighbors countries in the framework of H2020, and we participate for the first time in what our JPI called 2015, and our participation is around 25 projects submitted in this call. So our orientation is to use the non-conventional water. As you have said, that 80% of water is used in agriculture, and it is good to go to the non-conventional water, mainly for the desalination. And the desalination, that there is a lot of innovative techniques that you can share it from European countries. Before we used the biofilm and the film for the desalination, and now there is new techniques and innovative techniques to desalinate water. Just I give you an example. The seawater greenhouse developed in Australia is very interesting, innovative technique that can be used in order to desalinate the water. There's a lot of innovative technique that can be used in order to use the non-conventional water. Also, the technology and innovation is important for the water efficiency and the using water in agriculture, mainly for irrigation. So this is the major orientation, and we would like to collaborate with with different European countries in order to exchange ideas, in order to exchange knowledge, in order also to build for the building capacity for the young researchers. And this is very interesting. For the second point, I think I consider this very important, is the valorization of the research results. As I have said to you, that we have a lot of publication and we have a lot of even patents, but the gap is how to valorize the research. We have the linear model actually, and the model linear for the valorization is not enough to valorize the research results. And we are thinking about the platform in innovation in order to put all the stakeholders, all the end users, the research together, and this will facilitate the transfer of the results to the end user. And I think with our collaboration, in the future collaboration with the European countries and other countries, I think we will think about how to transfer the results to the end user using a new model like the platform of innovation. The third point that we would like to collaborate, and this is how to fix the priorities. In the agenda, the version 2 of the agenda, we find 5 topics, and the priority sometimes is different from no-European country to the country. How to conciliate between the priority at the level of no-European country and for the European country. I think it's very interesting to extend the strategy in order to take into consideration the priority in the no-European country. And the last point is the harmonization of the regulation. It is very interesting to collaborate, but sometimes we face some problem with the national regulation. And if you harmonize the national regulation with the international regulation, then it will be easy to collaborate with the European country. There's other points, but I want to stop here in order to leave the time to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. You also emphasize that water is not having any boundaries. I mean, if we're talking about desalination, then we're also talking about salt water. So it makes it quite interesting also, where are the boundaries then for the water JPI then also. So to continue on then, Björn, do you want to talk about?
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I'll start with the first question, why we need international cooperation to meet the global challenges. I think it's a very good question, in fact, because it's not obvious to everybody that we should cooperate and have international partners. And with the focus on innovation, it doesn't get easier, but I can come back a little bit to that. I think this morning we were provided by Panos and others why we should have international cooperation, and I think a younger policy agenda, it tells everything, because Europe is now pursuing a double strategy of providing solutions also in the water business for solving its own problem, but also to introduce on the international market to create growth for the European businesses. So this is the double strategy to create jobs and so on and so forth. You all know that. And following that, we have a focus on innovation in, for instance, Horizon 2020. Should we cooperate with the Chinese on technologies which we want to sell to them afterwards? We haven't got mechanism for dealing with that contradictory notion. We have to find ways to do that. So it's not obvious. I remember back in the 90s when I was heavily involved in many European programs also, there was this notion of competition with the US and Southeast Asia. There's still competition. I think Dr. Löwe, he said it very good, very well this early on, but in Europe, but also in the world. So how do we cooperate? On what terms do we cooperate? We have to find mechanisms, we have to find ways to do that, to overcome also the embedded competition which we also face. So it is not obvious to everybody that we should cooperate. At least it should be solved how we should cooperate. And that's the first part of my question. The second part is that following this strategy, why we should have international cooperation also on the policy level, I think also all the young researchers in Europe and entrepreneurs in Europe, they have a global mindset. They want to invent technologies and solutions which they can sell on the international market. And what is then better than to cooperate with those who knows the challenges the best? So this is a very, very good argument for having this international cooperation, because that will create growth in the long run. But we still have the competition factor which we have to deal with. So that was the first part of my answer. I think maybe I'll save a little bit on which areas we should work on so we can come back to that.
Thank you very much, Björn. And Gaetano?
Well, thanks. I think I have a big challenge being the last one to gather the attention of the public. I would like to start with the remark that I thought that international cooperation in this conference would be more or less, apart from the FAO speech, confined to this panel. But especially since the start, I saw all the graphics that were shown by Maurice Herral about the global challenges. So we live, in fact, in a global society. I don't have to mention all the global challenges again because they were already mentioned. And as such, we cannot treat research, science, technology, and innovation with closed border within Europe because it doesn't make sense anymore. And by the way, I will add an input that is, I think, in a way complementary to what has been just mentioned here. And it's about, again, the Sustainable Development Goals. I was not expecting that the SDGs would be so much prominent in this conference, and I'm pleased to hear about that. Something that maybe has not been mentioned is the historical perspective about Sustainable Development Goals. SDGs are the legacy of MDGs. MDGs, as probably most of you know, they were just a small set of goals. This is now really exploded to a large number of goals. Now we have 17. There used to be, I think, 9 or 10. The MDG on water was just limited to the water and sanitation provision. So the focus was really just about drinking water and sanitation. The MDGs were not very ambitious because they had, let's say, a kind of percentage approach to reduce the number of people in the world by, that have safe drinking water to a certain amount. And the goal was reached, but what does it mean? That a lot of population still doesn't have access to safe drinking water. And that's why the SDG now, they have the universal access to safe drinking water and sanitation as a goal, because everyone is entitled, like we do every day when we open the tap, to have access to safe drinking water and sanitation, which, by the way, in many countries is now recognized as a human rights. But I'll get back to that. The other thing about SDGs, I think was rightfully mentioned by FAO, that the process, not only the output, we just read the outputs, we can read SDGs on the internet everywhere, but the process has been quite different. It was highlighted by the FAO person this morning. The process now, this is a member states driven. It means that it's really a global agreed upon agenda, which in my opinion should be taken also by these communities, the research and innovation communities, as an overall common guide. I would really like to recommend to that extent to have a look at the report, which I find very, very interesting. I'm not going to mention the details here. The follow-up to Rio Plus 20 expert group on the role of science, technology, innovation for the achievement of SDGs. It really makes a clear connection between research and innovation and the importance to achieve the SDGs. So I guess that closes my preliminary discussion about why international cooperation is important. Do I have the time to mention a few challenges?
Please.
Yes, very briefly. On the international scale, water security, I don't think I have to mention that. If you think that in countries like Africa, of course, more than India and China, they are already established economies, but Africa is really booming in terms of economic growth. Not only countries like South Africa or Nigeria, most recently Nigeria now has a GDP even higher than South Africa, I learned. And now in the graphs that you saw this morning, the water allocation in this country, the industry, for instance, is close to zero. But when these economies are booming, they may get closer to Germany case, where industry water use is maybe higher. So it's not only about food, not only about energy, but the water use in other less obvious and less mentioned use are important. And water security is a very important issue. Urban water challenges. A few years ago, we passed the threshold where citizens, most of the inhabitants in this world, they live in cities. So the broad majority of people live in cities. And of course, in cities, there are very peculiar water challenges. The blue cities approach mentioned this morning by Leonardo was mentioned. But we also have other research lines and possibility of synergies, the concept of water-sensitive cities, the concept of sponge cities that was developed, I think, in China. It's also an interesting one, and the synergies between these different research, again, for urban agendas are quite important. The monitoring and big data. We mentioned SDGs. Of course, you realize how critical is the monitoring aspect to achieve, and it's not trivial at all. Even for the MDGs, I think many people highlighted the imperfection of monitoring whether the MDGs were achieved. So this monitoring aspect, in my opinion, is a science by itself. And it's maybe soft science, side of science, but it's an important part. And by the way, citizens were mentioned as beneficiaries, but citizen may be the source of science itself. The citizen observatory part of science. One thing that strikes me is that we have, let's say, I don't know, 60%, 50 or 60% of people having access to sanitation with all these goals, but we have virtually 100% access to smartphone everywhere without even having the need of goals. So, and these smartphones are a powerful tool to help citizens to work with the innovators and scientists to do something together. I stop it here because otherwise I'm going to take too much time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think, Björn, you were having a comment there also?
Yeah, well, I think I'll just follow up directly from you, because I want to mention some of the challenges I see. It's quite short, because I think you mentioned the most important ones. But I think that, from my perspective, one of the main problems in the world, at least in the international scene, is the water loss. Because it costs tremendous amount of resources. We use a lot of energy, a lot of resources to pump around water, and then we lose it afterwards. So it's water loss both on the supply side in leakages from the water distribution networks, but it's also on the demand side. It's also in the industries in agriculture and everywhere, because there are very few technologies and very few incentives to save and reuse water. So water loss is very, very important. It's turned around in the SDG 6.4 as water efficiency, but it's the same, it's two sides of the coin, in fact. And I think this is one of the main problems worldwide which we should deal with. And it's not focused so much in the things I saw in the screen just an hour ago. I think that should also put in focus. And the other thing you mentioned also was data management. I think that so many resources are wasted because we don't know how to store and how to share data, not in Europe and not in the world, but I think that should be put on the cooperative agenda, because that will be a mutual benefit. Then we could learn it also, because we have to learn others how to do it. So that was just two challenges which I think should be put on the agenda also. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for that comment, Björn. Now, so you're not falling asleep. I mean, I know it's late in the afternoon. All right, are you with me? Yeah. Raise your hand then. Raise both hands. Shake them. And now, think of one question that you will now relate to the topic that we've just been touching then also. Okay, it didn't help with the hands then. Okay. Please.
First a comment and then a question. The comment is the panel has very much been discussing the concept is that Europe has to go out and help the world to save their lack of water resources. And that's a very traditional way of thinking, and that's fine. One thing that's often forgotten is that collaboration with many of the countries some of you discuss, or developing countries I talk about now, maybe particularly China, but also others, there are very rapidly increasing research resources available in such countries. For instance, now you can go to any Chinese universities and you find chemistry laboratories much more advanced than any of us have. So there's an increasing capacity there where we benefit on the research infrastructure in particular maybe, but also access to students and so on. The question is, to solve the new SDGs, the key aspects to reach the goals are others than research. You need good governance, you need big investments, you need societal stability, and so on. So the question is, to be a bit tabloid, on a scale from 1 to 10, how important is research in this complex picture of reaching the new goals on water? Thank you.
Okay, anyone that feels tempted to answer on that very simple question? Okay, first, Francisco.
I would say 11 for a start, but I'd rise to 15, perhaps. And first, allow me to comment that when I see a collaboration for water, for instance, I don't see this direction that you call, or you point, saying that Europe should go and help the others. That's not the point. That is collaboration. There are different levels. And, but yes, at the same time, Europe perhaps must go and help some others if they have the expertise to do so. So, and that's why I said that research is 11. It's because we still need even basic research. And I'd like to call attention for the point that in the developing countries, for instance, the majority of them, they have very basic problems in terms of treating sewage, which is the water for tomorrow. And we have several examples in different countries and how this issue has been so neglected, including my country, Brazil. It's not a very strong economy anyway at the moment, for instance, but still we don't treat, as the country, we don't treat 40% of the sewage. And this is a shame. Definitely we should treat them. We have the expertise to do so, so why we don't that? And that's where Europe has to help us. and explaining that we should perhaps move from the management level to water governance, which means several other issues. Thank you.
And Björn?
That depends how you define research. It is redefined in Europe right now. Research is not any longer research. Research is research and innovation. And I think if you say it's innovation or a little much innovation, I think there's a large need for that. There's a large need for technologies. For instance, I mentioned the water laws, the water efficiency area, but also in water quality area, the 6.1, and also in other areas. There's a lot of need for an innovation, new technologies, new types of solutions to solve those problems. So I think it's very high on the agenda, but I also agree with you, even though you didn't say directly, that you cannot do it alone with innovation or research. You need governance aspects, you need capacity building. I think there's a lot of need for capacity building, and you need also in governance aspects, and you need investments, of course, in large scale. But research defined as research and innovation is still high on the agenda to solve some of those challenges addressed by the water code. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anne-Marie?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll just touch on your point quickly, because it's interesting. So having just joined the Waterworks 2015, in Canada, we actually partnered with our International Development Research Council, so that we do have 4 projects where there are participants from low and medium income countries, where that council would be able to fund them in collaborative projects. So we're hoping to see some good collaboration. It's still on the research front as opposed to maybe some of the issues that you were talking to, but it's a step in recognition of capacity building efforts that need to take place, joint research, extensive collaborations.
First, Leonidas. Francisco.
Well, very challenging and difficult question, and I will avoid to answer it. But I will say that on behalf of the JPI Water now, if the JPI Water wants to, the JPIs were launched by the Council of Ministers in order to be the major players in their respective fields in Europe. And in my opinion, if JPI Water wants to have future on this role, it should elaborate itself to such a role, to be a major player in the water research field, not only in Europe, but also globally. So I would say that, yes, this is part of the role of the JPI Water, to serve the developing countries to find solutions about their specific problems, always related to water issues. If the JPI Water can manage to do that, then it will establish itself as the major player in the water research field globally. That's my opinion.
Francisco?
And perhaps another example of why we need research was raised this previously by Dr. Löw, when he called attention for the needs in Germany specifically, but not only there, I'm sure, as we do need research for phosphorus recycling, and as well as nitrate contamination in groundwater. We have to know how to do with this. And these are just examples that I took them as to say why we do need research. That's why I said 11 or perhaps 15 on your scale. Thank you.
Ali?
Just what I want to see for the collaboration. There is no something help others. In the research, there is a mutual collaboration and we can capitalize excellent ideas and research experience in non-developing countries in developing countries. Just I will give you my example. I have 4 patents, and the first time I will valorize my patent in Switzerland. You know, we can export our knowledge of the developing countries, not developing countries, to the developing countries. Because sometimes it is very difficult to valorize your results in your country. And if you find an end user that will be very interested by your results, so you can valorize, we can export our ideas and to Europe. So I think for the collaboration, the mutual collaboration is not someone help the others. That's what I want to.
Okay, thank you very much, Ali. Gaetano?
It's a question with many questions inside. The main question was from 1 to 10 the importance of research for SDG, so I won't copy the 11, but I would say 10 cum laude, because it's extremely important, especially in this moment, and especially when we talk about innovation. We have understood the switch, the switch from Horizon 2020 perspective of having low technology readiness level kind of project into the ones that are close to the market, and those are the ones that can really make an impact. And then you were asking for an implicit question about cooperation models, and you're right, there is the usual mechanism of saying, okay, we have a very nice research result and we export that to abroad. It's not working anymore because a lot of institutions in many countries beyond Europe, not only the usual suspects like India and China, but many others are producing research that have very relevant scientific impact. So the mechanism, in my opinion, that should be adopted is not the one of knowledge transfer, but knowledge exchange through knowledge networks. It was mentioned before, knowledge hubs. Water JPI is trying to do that at a more international scale, even pushing it forward to knowledge co-creation, so creating knowledge with institutions that can work with you on solutions. And by the way, what kind of solutions? So science for what? I think, especially to achieve the SDGs, we need to identify the real demands and really what are the needs of the civil society, of the population, what are the needs that are going to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. That's also a role for the knowledge co-creation. And talking about capacity building, it was also mentioned, the traditional capacity building that we approach that we were using was, I would say, for the low technology readiness level. That's the usual kind of approach. But nowadays, we need also capacity building for innovation. So building innovation capacity. And by the way, this is not only, I think, a problem outside Europe. Even inside Europe, I still think we need to, let's say, increase our effort in building innovation capacity between all the different actors. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have one more question then also that we should put to the panel, and I would like to start with you, Anne-Marie, and you also, I mean, happily you're here on the panel here also. Otherwise we will have a totally skewed gender issue here as well then also, so happy to have you here. The question is then, what are the kind of current barriers for collaboration, and what shall we collaborate about? Where to start?
Yeah, so I do have, sure. Oh, sorry, sure. So I do have some points on the barriers and what it means, you know, in deciding when to enter into a multilateral arrangement. And so certainly for us in Canada, especially at the granting agency, prioritizing, we're talking about global challenges, there's a number of them. How do you decide where you're going to put your limited funding, where you're going to get the biggest impact? So something as simple as just what are your priorities as a nation and making sure that there's good research capacity that will allow you to have the best leverage of the information that you can. The other thing that comes up, of course, is the idea of scale. So we recognize that to be able to have an impact and to be able to be real partners, there's an issue of scaled funding. And so this whole, there was another speaker who spoke to it about, you know, you can come with very limited funding, but if you want to be a true partner, you really have to have the investment, and that's probably a challenge for all of us. And then maybe the last thing I'll point to is, or maybe two last points. So for us in Canada, joining something like this kind of initiative, it is complex, I would say, as Dominic mentioned, trying to understand the, you know, the Horizon 2020, the co-funds, the aeronets, all this stuff is a bit foreign to us at this point, but we're getting there with much guidance. That's a smaller point. It just seems very complex, but that's fine. And then maybe just this idea of what a common definition of what success means for the countries involved, because everyone's coming with their own stake. But if there's some kind of common notion of what success is going to be, then and everyone understands that from the start, then I think that could be a very positive development.
Thank you very much for that. Cisco?
Yep. Well, I do put some different barriers, not only through the Brazil point of view, but barriers that I believe would apply to the majority of the countries and perhaps can be seen different ways in the different countries. I would call attention for the fact that water has different status or views. Is it a private or a public good? What I'm saying is that water has been treated through different policies worldwide, and this is indeed a barrier. The second point is the conflict that what I call mineral water versus natural water sector. Particularly in Brazil, this is one issue, but I believe it's not only the case of Brazil. The third is water. It's a market good or a priceless resource. This is quite tough and complex question. We had today different considerations concerning this point. The fourth is water and sewage, two sides of the same coin. I just said, how is the situation in Brazil? And recently, probably you've heard about the water crisis in São Paulo, the biggest city there, and it shouldn't be like that. The fifth is the lack of limited, consolidated, and I put in between brackets, democratic databases on water resources. We do have to consider these very carefully. The sixth is to invest in eco-technologies. The seventh, to invest in models for funding RDI in water research. And allow me just to go a bit more in detail on this seventh point. One important barrier faced by RDI cooperation is the lack of international funding arrangements to support the creation, consolidation of international research groups in this important topic. Initiatives such as Newton Fund from UK in particular, Horizon 2020 for the whole European Union are significant examples of alternatives which must be more explored for the benefit of tackling the water issues. CONFAPI, the organization that I represent in here, takes part in both. The availability of financial resources is essential, and these resources must support not only mobility costs, but also research costs in general, for what they must be granted by all interested parties. Thank you.
Well, I would like to approach the question on several levels. So the main barriers for me at the European level is what I call operational bureaucracy that is followed, that is needed to be followed in order to have an international collaboration. You have to prepare, the Commission should announce a call, then you have to prepare a CSA, you get the contract, all this operational bureaucracy that is needed in order to reach the goal of opening a collaboration. I would like also to mention some possible solutions for me. A new way to approach the whole spectrum of supporting joint programming and societal challenges in the new framework program. The second level is the level of the JPI. I think that at this level, the main barrier is that we don't succeed up to now to have integrated procedures. We act mainly as countries sitting around a table and not as a unit. On the levels of the countries, the main barrier for me is the lack of real commitment of the countries. In the theoretical approach and in the documents coming from the Council also, you always read statements from the countries that they support joint programming, they support water challenges and so on, but when the real commitment comes, the time for real commitment comes, then you realize that this the ministerial level of commitment does not move towards the operational level. As far as the researchers level, that's the last one, I believe that the main barrier there is that the researchers are focusing on publishing papers rather than creating solutions and preparing that to be implemented in the real world. Another point that I think it's covering all the levels is the regulation issue. For some countries, it is impossible to, let's say, to move 1,000 euro from their budget to a common pot budget. And this is coming mainly from, not from the lack of the funds, but for the regulation problem that they faced. So, for me and for the future, because the question is also related to what we can do, I think that as a JPI Water initiative, we should plan our, we shall design our future plans having into consideration that international cooperation is a very important point of that, and so in our long-term strategies we have to involve a specific part, a specific domain for international cooperation. And as far as the Commission is concerned, I think that there is a lot of room for improving since we are going towards the new framework program.
Thank you very much, Leonidas. Ali, what kind of obstacles do you see, and where should we start?
Three main obstacles for the international cooperation. First of all, the priorities, the topics. This is a very big problem because sometimes we are guided by the priorities in the calls, and the priorities are different, and sometimes completely different. And even I remember the Ministry of Agriculture that said to me that you work for the developing country because the priorities are set up in the call, and there is no interaction or connection between the different priorities, because as you know, it is different from one country to another. And sometimes a lot of research submit the proposal in order to be involved in consortium, but you work on the priority of European country, not for the priority of the national country. That's a very big problem for the research projects. The second is the national regulation. It's a very big problem. As we said, for the national regulation, we work in the consortium, and we found every country found his team, but the problem, if you work in different national regulation, there is some difficulties. Even for the for the meetings. You know, that for example, just I will give you an example. For the per diem is different from the national, at the national level than international level. And sometimes the research is very difficult to attend the meeting because of this. And I think we need to see this problem of the national regulation. I agree with my colleague for this. And the third is the valorization of the results. And I agree with my colleagues that all of the results of the projects are oriented for the publication. But we need a solution for the end user. And if I remember, and I have all the cooperation from Tunisia and the European countries, there is no one project that leads to a solution in the country. And this is a very big problem for the valorization of the results. And maybe the fourth, but it's included in the valorization, is the integration of the project. Sometimes we found the same project. There is a lot of collaboration, a lot of projects, European projects, bilateral collaboration, and sometimes, for example, in this JPI, I found that it's the same work that was founded before in a bilateral collaboration was founded in another project. So this is the problem of the fragmentation and the integration of the project. There is no database in order to see the projects that are founded before in order to select the most important projects that were used for the country. This is a very, very big problem for us. I think that that's the main obstacles for the international collaboration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. Björn?
Well, I think it's rather complicated. I'll try to simplify it a little bit because of time constraints, but I think at least there are two main obstacles or barriers for international cooperation. One is that we only should have the international cooperation where the issues we are dealing with take departure in their own problems. It sounds maybe a little bit awkward, but it is quite important that we should have such a, you mentioned that, a co-creative process if we have real, for instance, bilateral cooperation or multilateral cooperation. For instance, in the China-Euro water platform, in the groundwater partnership, we spent quite a long time to define a program which took departure in the challenges seen from both sides, because this is very important. But it's not uncomplicated, because we thought maybe, for instance, pesticides in groundwater should be a problem in China. No, they didn't agree, and we had a lot of discussions about that. So it's not easy, but of course we should have this co-creative process before getting started, and that's one of the barriers because we often do not have it. We just assume that we know what the challenges are, but we don't discuss it in depth. That's the first barrier, that we don't do that. The second barrier is, not to your surprise, not the funding, because we need funding, and I think you saw all the joint actions by the JPI in this international cooperation. You know, it always gets complicated with the funding when you have international cooperation, because all kind of funding schemes have to be developed, and they have to be different from country to country and so on and so forth, and you spend a lot of time by that. I think that in the European program, we should have funding for the third-party partners. We should have funding for that. I know it's a bumpy road because all the countries, they want their share and their bit of the cake. Yeah, I know that. So it's a bumpy road just to say now we allocate maybe 10% to international partners. But we have to do something different to overcome this barrier with the funding. The Ministry of Water Resources in China, they just made a program where you can get co-funding if you get funding, or if you get involved in a EU project, you could get co-funding for the Ministry of Water Resources. That's very good, but there's still a timing problem. So this funding problem is a major obstacle, and this is not a surprise, of course. It's much more complicated to solve the problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Gaetano?
Yes, thanks. Well, I take it from there. The funding. I'll cover the funding later. I can't speak, I must say, on the government-to-government cooperation. So because, of course, I'm not involved in those. As an observer, I think that policy fragmentation is still an issue, and it's connected to funding, in fact. So, for example, European Commission, international cooperation, environment, development cooperation, and research. But within the European Commission, my observation, and again, it's my observation, is that there is a process of converging of these different mechanisms. So it's not anymore a silo kind of system. And in fact, it was mentioned this morning by Panos that 60% of Horizon 2020 is going to be earmarked for sustainable development goals, which traditionally is more of a development cooperation kind of mechanism. So, but I would like to extend this issue to a more international basis, because now we are talking about European Commission. We are here in a community which is closely connected to the EIP waters, to the WSSTPs, to the European Water Platform. Beyond that, on water, there are other agendas, and not so much in Europe, but at an international scale. I know that because I made an analysis that in countries like Africa or Asia, the agendas that really matter are less technological, less research, but more development cooperation kind. In fact, our alumni community never mention to us in this survey that we made, oh, we have a water platform in the sub-Saharan Africa and we identify a research agenda there. There are, of course, the agendas of isolated institutions, but the ones that they always mention from a water sector professional perspective are the ones from UN institutions, from the World Bank, from International Water Management Institute, CGIAR, all these agencies that deal just with development. So we had to find a kind of convergence between these different, and of course this is not a trivial exercise, I realize that. I have something that I would like to mention. It may sound a little bit of a trivial issue, but it's an issue of a common dictionary, common vocabulary, common grammar about water. I have here some words that I noted down that were mentioned quite much in this conference and many other conferences in Europe: market, economic value of water, business, private sector. I'm very sure if you go to some of the conferences about water in Africa or in other regions, they would really not appreciate such an extensive use of these words. I'm not making a judgment here. I'm just making an observation. In Delft, last month, we had the launch of the World Water Development Report, the 2016 edition. Water and jobs, by the way, it's very important because it makes a clear connection how much water is important for job creation. And in the panel, we had a UNESCO representative for the World Water Assessment Program, a Unilever person, a professor from my institute, a person from OECD. And now you can imagine that these words were also mentioned, especially by the OECD and the Unilever person, but also by the UNESCO person, because we all realize the value of water aspect. There was a comment from the audience, from I think it was an African ambassador, saying, why are you saying these words? Water is a human right. So it was really like we were discussing something outrageous. So I think it's really important that we tune up and we are really, let's say, humble in explaining why we use so much these words, and we should listen also the other perspective. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gaetano. Now we are running out of time, but I will allow one short question to the panel here of utmost importance.
Is a question to Gaetano. In international cooperation, how you see from institutional capacity building for water science diplomacy?
Is that a question specifically on water diplomacy? Yeah, it's a very broad question. I must say that international cooperation, partnership, creation of networks is really the DNA of our organization. So we are a strong believer that without partnership, without tackling all the different spectrum of water challenges, and now you just mentioned water diplomacy, which has not been mentioned yet, I think, in this conference. It's quite important and cannot be done, let's say, like the person was asking, the traditional way. So partnership and new models of cooperation that take into account the co-creation aspect. On water diplomacy, transboundary conflicts are still quite relevant issues in developing countries, and it's a huge discussion. In the EU-India cooperation, the Ganga, for example, is very high on the agenda. And I think the aspect of issues of transboundary cooperation there, as well as in other basins, I shouldn't mention the Mekong, the Nile Basin, etc., are very important. And we realize that science diplomacy is very important to address these kind of issues. I am very grateful you mentioned that, because those are the kind of topics that normally are not covered, is the soft side of water management. So water conflict, the potential conflict to cooperation potentials, the program that we have with the UNESCO IHP is also another important topic. So that's something that should not be neglected. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Gaetano. I think we have to close this session here now also, even though we are coming into interesting new parts. I would like to give you applause for the panel here, first of all. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, the audience also, for listening, and very interesting questions then also. Thank you.
You can all stay there if you want to. I just have to wrap up this conference in the absence of Maurice. He has asked me to just say some closing remarks and maybe just to summarize briefly what we've heard today. I suppose it's the first JPI Water Conference. I think it has been a huge success, and I hope you think the same too. I certainly was very impressed with the quality of the presentations, the quality of the interaction with the audience, and you certainly deserve to give yourselves a round of applause, so I'd ask you to do that now. After the sort of welcomes from the important people from ISPRA and the ministries here, Maurice, who unfortunately had to leave, gave us some really interesting slides on the global issue of water. And you know, people talk about when we run out of oil, when we're going to run out of fossil fuels, but in fact, as he showed, we'll run out of water long before that. And I think we can all manage without fossil fuels. Maybe we mightn't be as mobile, we mightn't be as warm in our homes, but we won't last long without water. So it's hugely important. The FAO man also made a nice link with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and that came up again and again in the topic and in the topics that today, and showed the importance of international cooperation. Just briefly, I took some notes, and Louise, I looked at her notes and others just as the roundtable discussions were going, and just a few things that stuck out very briefly. I just underlined them, and the difficulty is that when you type a lot now, you know, your handwriting goes to hell, so I can barely read my own handwriting, but things I have noted that's important is that water matters. I circled that, and maybe the awareness of it among policymakers and among the general public is not as high as it should be. So water matters. I gather that there's lots of opportunity for cooperation between the different JPIs, the urban, the other one, the INR, and FATJ, and others, and climate. So there's opportunities there. We have to manage the assets. We have a very, very big asset in our water infrastructure. Think about it. In your home, you turn on the tap, but there's a lot of work to get the water to your tap in the kitchen or to flush your toilet, and then to take away the waste and treat it. And it's something that needs to be managed big time. I was happy that Antonio noted the difficulty in linking the chemical status and the good ecological status of under the Water Framework Directive. That's 15 years old and it's still a problem. In Europe, 40% of rivers are not yet classified, which is something terrible, really, when you think about it. There was a mention of refugees, and that was in Morris's presentation about how water and food is driving that to a large extent. And the question of markets for water came up. And of course, we see people all the time, especially in Ireland, where we have a lot of Eastern Europeans. I see them leaving the supermarket with massive bottles of water, even though our water is perfectly safe to drink. And at the moment, it's still free in Ireland. We don't even charge for it. But it has brought down the government almost and is causing a lot of political problems. In Eastern Europe as well, we heard that they're spending more on bottled water now than they are on their entire infrastructure and utilities for that. In the second round table, I sort of highlighted things like the need to continuously reevaluate your tools because it's a changing world. And I thought Don gave us a very good example there just of the higher temperatures of the air and all of the knock-on effects from a scientific point of view that entails, you know, with all the things that happen in the water side. And that's only one aspect. And we all know climate change is here, it's happening. And that's a whole other debate. But I mean, the scenarios that you look at, we're still heading for one of the worst scenarios. And I think it's going to be mediated, or we're going to feel it through water, whether it's floods and droughts, extreme events, or worse. From Panis, I got the idea that there's still some work to be done at the EC level to get complementarity between all the different things that's happening. And I think that's important for the water JPI as well. There was some talk earlier of some kind of a long-term funding, and that seems to die the death. And now there are other regional initiatives happening. And I'm relatively new to this, and I think it's a very crowded field. I get that feeling that there's a lot of things happening, and certainly there's opportunities there for complementarity. I think the idea of doing a state-of-the-art about water in the same way that the IPCC can do a state-of-the-art about climate was a very, very good idea. And continuously through the presentations, I got the impression of the need to transfer knowledge into action, innovation or whatever, to valorize it, if that's a word, and to move it to the innovation stage and then to the final stage. I was interested in Helmut's contribution about the European water industry and the fact that they're all national and they're all competing, and that's an important point to remember. And also that the water JPI is not a call machine. We never intended to be. We do not want to be, and we have to learn how to do knowledge hubs. And I know that that's work that's ongoing in Sweden, and to become centres of excellence as well, or to create centres of excellence. I felt that there was the genesis of a knowledge hub happening yesterday when these people with similar experience were in the room together. I was delighted that the GWRC can cooperate. I think it's good, and also the Urban Europe can cooperate there. I'm almost finished. I think involving stakeholders, it's difficult sometimes, and the length of time it takes from research into positive action, like 10, 20 years as mentioned, that's a long, long time for anybody who wants to make an investment. The researchers, I was happy to say, seemed to think that our existing format was good and was easier than competing funders. The Canadian experience, where they need to prioritise and need to decide to be more strategic, I think is important as well. And Brazil made the point about enhanced efficiency in water use in agriculture and the need for education and access to data. I think that's important. And indeed, we talked earlier about open data and the need for standards there. So there's 2 or 3 more takeaway points. One is Leo's talk about the Greeks 4,000 years ago. Think about it for a second. They had sanitation. We have probably billions of people who still don't have it 4,000 years later, which really is incredible when you think about it. I looked up on my phone there just the WHO statistics. 2.2 million people die from diarrhea every year. Most of it is waterborne, and most of those are children. So that's worth thinking about. Finally, we live in a global society. I thought the last couple of contributions were very telling. You need to be careful about your grammar. Water is a human right, and we just have to be careful about the language you use. So, in those quick summaries, and I know it was quick, I want to finish by thanking everybody. Thanking, first of all, our hosts, ISPRA. They have done a wonderful job. It's a beautiful venue, and they looked after us very well for the last few days. Some people are here for 4 days. Most of you are here for 2 days, or just today. But I think, first of all, I think they deserve a round of applause, Elena especially, and Josephine and all the others. So well done. I want to thank Manuel in there in the box. Well done, Manuel. Well, Man, am I getting it right? Yes, well done, Manuel. I suppose the caterer also deserves applause, and thanks for that. I want particularly to thank the speakers, because the speakers had to, it's easy to say, yes, I will speak at that, and that's months away, and then suddenly, it's a week away, and you haven't made the PowerPoints, and you have to get down and do what you have to organise a plane trip. I'm well aware of that, and the work that goes into it. Then you get up and you give your 15 minutes, and it's all over. But you have put a lot of work and effort into that, so thank you very much to that. And finally, thank you to the audience who have been wonderful and have stayed the course to the bitter end. I'm just checking my phone, and it's exactly 6 o'clock. So thank you all very much, and safe home.
Thank you.